Right, so we have, let me turn the music down. So it is Thursday, August 14th, and we have some market volatility this morning. Let's get ready to make some money today. Well, what is happening in the pre-market here? We have a huge movement in the market. Dixie yields, Ethereum, crypto, Bitcoin down 3% right now. Take a look at Biddy. Bitcoin having a nice tumble, getting a sharp bounce off of the lows. Ethereum getting a nice bounce or getting a nice fall as well, down 3.1%, still has more downside to go. You could see the IWM after it had that huge move, and this is what I was saying. I was like, this is not usual. 15 consecutive green candles in a row on the hourly chart, and then what happens? What happens now? Bang! They just absolutely knife it down on PPI. So we had PPI and initial jobless claims. Initial jobless claims came in okay. Really nothing of a concern there. Pretty much coming in line with expectations. But PPI, a massive spike on producer price inflation, causing the market to tumble and reevaluate. The Dixie had initial spike, but getting sold into right now. You did have the 2-year yield spike, but also getting sold into a little bit here. Let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year yield obviously spiking a little bit as well. 2-year yield is outperforming, but overall assets did not like that fact that PPI was so sticky. So we're writing 228 IWM puts, which briefly went in the money. We have a BMNR $60 put that is in the money and looking for more downside. We obviously swung QQQ puts as well, which will be printing. We're writing the 579 for today's expiry. So we should be looking to take some profits this morning, guys, off of these nice final dips. It's about time. IWM is moving in the direction that we want after 2 days of trying to catch some scalp shorts. It really just burned my ass on both ends, but nevertheless, now we're making money back. Alright, so there's going to be a lot of things to discuss here, but PPI is the main headline. Right now you have small caps getting absolutely crushed on the downside, down 1.17%. QQQ down 0.43 and S&P down 0.39. So SPY's holding up a little bit better. You've also had gold fall pretty tremendously to the downside right now. Just give me a second. Let me turn on another light here. So, train of thought. But let's regather ourselves here. Alright, so Dixie's quietly trying to press here. Obviously, markets are getting hit pretty hard to the downside right now. There will be a buy the dip, but considering we've had such a stupendous rally, this buy the dip should be treated with caution. Just pouring myself some more coffee here. All right, so let's get prepared here for the market session, guys. It should be a beautiful day today for us. Should be a beautiful day. Good morning. Morning, Peter. So BM&R puts, we were up over 150% yesterday without them being in the money. Now today they are in the money by about a couple dollars. So good job if you took that with us. We should see quite a bit of downside in BM&R today. Obviously, if Ethereum needs to maintain its bearish price action, but overall, Qs are in the money. IWM almost in the money. BM&R is in the money, so we should work up nicely, guys. Things should be pretty good this morning. Hmm. We'll discuss some downside targets on the indices in a moment. We're just gonna quickly go through some charts here. I'm just setting up a couple things here. Let's go through some of these pre-market setups. So obviously we did swing a few positions overnight. You can see them across the board. 228 puts, QQQ, 579 puts, BM&R, $60 puts. All of those are close to being in the money, so they're going to print. But let's look for some more trade setups just in case that no one took those with us. All right, let's see what else is moving in the pre-market here. So we have not too many stocks are green. DOCS, that reported earnings. It was up initially, but now it's getting slightly sold into. Let's see Cisco here. Cisco reported earnings. That's gapping down on the session. But it was a double beat across the top and bottom line. Did it spike on its earnings yesterday? So Cisco did have a dip. So this becomes a short, guys. Cisco becomes a flat out short. I love to see stocks try to retest that earnings wick. Earnings low. Earrings low. Earnings low. Can't type this morning. So Cisco does become a short, guys. I do think that you can get a retest of this earnings low. That's kind of into a double bottom sweep of this liquidity. Cisco's very extended here. Yeah, Cisco, 68, $67 puts, even 66 if you're aggressive, but $68 puts look interesting. Dollar out of the money. Retest this wide range green bar. Yeah, $68 puts on Cisco look good, guys. They look very good. Alright, we also had DE report earnings, so we're just going through some of the big boys again. DE gapping down as well on earnings, guys. So John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. So John Deere, first thing I'm observing is that daily 200 moving average. I think we're probably going to retest that, as well as that you have that daily chart gap fill. That's really at the lows of the session, slightly off of them. So DE is another short, guys, that I think could work out very, very well. Very well. You're busting through your point of control, your value area high. Drag that back here. Still busting through it. I mean, you do have a value area low here at 472.80, but we should pierce that. We should pierce that. Let's just see what a fib retrace gets us. 452.85 is your 618, 467.54. Interesting. Weekly chart. Yeah, so it probably wants to go to your weekly 50 moving average. Weekly 50, that's probably where you want to go. Ethereum now down 4.36%, guys. These BM&R puts are going to absolutely print today. They are going to print. My oh my. About frickin' time. BM&R. So my average on the $60 puts is $1.25, guys, for BM&R. That's what we entered yesterday, and I called that one out. We're now trading at 57. Oh, wow. So right now, those should open up close to 300%. Close to 300%. That is stunning. And look at ETH roll, guys. ETH is rolling heavy. That is a filthy little potential bearish engulfing candle. Where is ETH heading to? First things first, look at that big volume shelf. That's where ETH wants to go to. Down 5% on the session. Ethereum's falling. New lows. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, let's keep going through here. Coherent also reported earnings. COHR. They're getting absolutely slaughtered here. Look at that huge move to the upside. And a massive gap down on COHR. Do we have a day trade long here? I mean, your moving average support, you're tagging the 50, but I would much rather prefer the EMA 113. Weekly chart support. Yeah, you hit that weekly 50. Let me just... So you busted through the daily 50, but yeah, I think your EMA 113 is your better area. Trying to hold that 382 fib, which is always interesting. But we should head... Yeah, 85, Pierce of 86 bucks is probably where CHOR wants to go. But the question is, does it happen today? Likely not. It's a big, big move down. So we'll obviously see that one. But if we were to flush into this $86 area, I would take it on the long side, guys. I would take a stab on the long side around 87. 86 to 87, I get interested. Okay. Let's see what else we got shaking and moving this morning. Tapestry, TPR report earnings. Big down move. Joby getting crushed. Wow. Pretty crazy. Alright, TPR report earnings. What are they doing? They are also gapping down. So market weak, stocks weak. TPR, really nothing for me to do until I get to 87 bucks. That would basically be a sweep of this little high pivot zone. So right around this $87, I'd get interested. On TPR, RKT, Pepsi. Pepsi is still flying to the upside here. When we took all of our profits off of Pepsi, we crushed that trade, guys. Remember swing? Let's look at KHC today. KHC still holding steady, still riding those $28 September calls. Tesla today coming in. Good thing we took all of our profits off of Tesla. Let's look at the big bad boy Nvidia. Nvidia also coming in by a couple dollars. Let's look at AMD. I almost short AMD yesterday. Down $4, looking pretty nasty as well. Micron had a big down move yesterday. That's coming in as well. Let's look at Apple. Apple today holding steady. Google. Google not too bad of a decline there. Amazon. Amazon's actually green. Go figure, eh? Go figure. Amazon's still holding gap up strength. Pretty impressive there for sure. Big wick energy on Ethereum coming back into play. Alright, let's look at RKT again. RKT, big monster gap down on RKT. That is filthy. Hitting some upside resistance. You never officially hit double top, but it does look like that could be done for in the near term. Let's look at some airlines and transport stocks. CCL, still holding steady. Chart looks pretty good. PLTR, that's coming down nicely again. Good to see. Let's look at some of our airlines. American Airlines had that huge move to the upside. Still looking okay. UAL, not looking too bad. How are the quantum stocks doing? Rigetti, after a breakout yesterday, not looking too bad. This one could get a dip buy, guys. Rigetti could be in for a bit of a dip buy. QBTS also pulling back a little bit. Slightly. Let's look at Hood. I know a lot of people trade Hood. Hood right now also coming in a little bit. HIMS is down another 2.4%. HIMS is getting very interesting down here. One more sweep of the low and I'd consider a stab on the long side. Carvana finally today looking like it wants to maybe go for that gap fill. Maybe. So I'm still seeing some strength in your healthcare stocks. They're holding pretty steady. UNH still trying to squeeze back to the high side. That's good to see for our call options finally starting to wake up and participate in a bit of bullish market price action. You look at Canopy Growth, that's gapping down quite substantially. Aurora Cannabis also gapping down. So what is that going to do? That's going to be great for our MSOS puts that we took yesterday pretty much at the highs, right at that 530 level. We entered some MSOS puts. It's good to see. Roblox under pressure. China stocks also under pressure. There were quite a few different China names that did report earnings, I believe. JD. Solar stocks are also under pressure. Transport stocks. Alright, let's look at our energy front. So WTI crude actually catching a little bit of a bid off of the lows here. So maybe energy is going to be a small little place to hide out in if this market does go through a continuation down move. So Valero is sitting right on that EMA 113. That one doesn't look bad from a long standpoint, guys. VLO does not look bad from a technical long standpoint. Let me just go back to the regular trading hours. So if VLO was to retest, call it, let's go to the 10-minute chart. Call it this 135 zone. I think that would be an area of opportunity to go long, but it is looking pretty constructive VLO. You've triggered this inverse head and shoulders neckline breakout here. So any sort of a back test into this zone could be a buy for VLO if you're looking to hide some long capital today. Showing this little bit of a decline. So crude oil certainly looking like it can firm up a little bit more. Hourly chart of crude, not bad. Not a bad pattern on the hourly chart of crude. You are just starting the breakout of an inverse head and shoulders itself. So crude oil continuation move. Hot PPI does support higher crude. Crude could make a move to about 63 bucks. So another trade that you could do is UCO. I might keep that on watch. Long crude oil today, guys. That could be an interesting play. And this is a scalp. I'm not holding it for very long because it should go a little bit lower. Looking at natural gas today. Natural gas still down on the tape, looking like it's forming a bit of an intraday bear flag. So this one's getting very close to an interesting long point. So nat gas down 0.83%, and what I'm actually observing is a stock like EQT is holding slightly positive gains in a weak tape. So that's a little bit of a positive divergence in the near term for the equities. Typically the equities are a little bit higher beta and they do often lead the underlying commodity. So we'll see if that one wants to come to fruition and make a little bit of a move up. Let's look at AR. AR is actually slightly down, but definitely outperforming the market for the time being. Alright, so big wick on Ethereum and crypto, trying to stage a bit of a bounce. Alright, so really Cisco looks like a continuation short. After a bounce intraday, the markets do look like a bit of a short. Coherent to have a long level, but it's a little bit lower. Other than that, if there's any other tickets you guys want me to quickly look at, feel free to put them in the chart. FTRE, let's look at FTRE. FTRE is not a bad looking chart here. Catching a little bit of a bid. Interesting. Give me a sec, guys. Where I think we could actually head to on the Qs today is this EMA on the 10-minute chart, which we're trading above right now. We did wick below that. But 15-minute EMA down here at this 576 is my downside target, say, on the Qs. Okay. IWM, you are hitting a massive point of control zone here in the pre-market. That's why price has kind of stopped there. But I would have to think that IWM, if it loses this main pivot low around 227.80-ish, I think we're going for gap fill. Okay. Just give me a sec, guys. So guys, what my plan is right now at the open, for the 579 QQQ puts, I'm looking at taking majority of profit at the open on the 579 Qs because they do expire today, so I don't want that theta to go against me that fast. So I'm going to take roughly about 70% of the position off of the table right at the open. And then I'm going to put a slightly in the money stop loss. Probably around, I don't know, 578, 75 my stop loss would be. So that's my plan for QQQ. I am looking at taking profits at the open on the 579 puts. I am going to look to press my BMNR a little bit more. You might get a little bit of a bounce here, but considering they're end of the week, we have a little bit more time. And then the IWM puts that we took yesterday for end of the week, we also have till tomorrow. So I'm going to look to press those a little bit more as well. If we get 228 in the money, so if we retest this pre-market low, then I'll look to trim some of the IWM about, I would say half of the IWM, and then again move stops in place, okay? So QQQ should open up nicely in the money. Those are 0 DTEs, so those should print this morning. Is getting heavy. It did achieve my near-term downside target, but my next big level for ETH is 42.83, guys. 42.83. We're hitting hourly chart support, but 42.83 is my next big level for ETH. So guys, I am watching Cisco as well. I mean, look at this Dixie continuing to scream, which is why the markets are probably going to trend a little bit lower. But that Dixie's a monster right now. An absolute filthy beast. let's get ready for this open. 3 minutes till we make some money. BM&R puts in the money. QQQ puts in the money. IWM almost in the money, but we got profits to extract from this market, so let's get it. Let's get it this morning. Let's here into the pre-market, and I'm gonna stand up for this trading session. All right, guys, let's get ready to rock and roll. Looking at trimming QQQ puts at the open, guys. All right, markets are open here. BM&R gapping down. Ethereum still heavy. IWM trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. BM&R puts are flying as well. I like that. Ethereum still at the lows, guys. Come on down, Qs. Come on down a little bit more. Come on down, Qs. Trimmed there at 212 on my Qs. Trimmed at 212. Moving stops up. Still printing on BM&R, guys. Look at BM&R falling here. Still holding IWM 228s. But look at BM&R, guys. That thing is just a beast. Beautiful beast. Nvidia's trying to push to the upside. Wow. All right, guys, I trimmed half of my BM&R. Moving stops up. That's a beautiful gain, guys, on BM&R. From $1.25 to $4.10. About 230% on BM&R. Look at that. IWM puts are now coming in as well. Cisco's into a bit of a short zone here. It's an extraordinary bounce on Cisco. If you're wanting to take it on the short side, it's getting a very, very aggressive bounce. Qs are staging a bit of a relief rally here. Still negative. Amazon's ripping, Netflix ripping, Microsoft ripping, crude is still ripping, yields are still strong, 2-year yields still pushing Dixie near the highs. But guys, profits have been secured already. Still holding these IWMs. Take your next leg lower. SPET down sharply, Intel down 1%, AMD down 1.2, SoFi negative, BBAI negative again. How's HIMS doing? HIMS is still down. IWM's trying to stage a bit of a bid here. Right off of that POC, QQQ is trying to stage a bid. Everything is catching a bid here. I'm looking at shorting Cisco, guys. Cisco puts, I'm looking at shorting. So great profits off of the open. I still think this market can see a reversal back down. It's coming to the markets here, guys. This is your retest of the Qs. This is your short zone opening range high. The bounce coming back into the equities. Big bounce. A lot of stocks are trying to go green again. Big bounce on BM&R, big bounce on Qs. Apple's now green. All right, guys, I'm shorting Cisco. Put options. Look at the bounce in Qs. Starter position in Cisco, guys. Starter position in Cisco. The August 22nd, $68 put. Cisco has had a huge bounce back up. This is trading with the market right now. QQQ is into an aggressive short zone. This is why we took profits off of the open, because markets are still in a huge bull market. But we extracted profits, guys. Let's update some of these trades here. Cisco's catching a really big bounce still. Qs are still trying to push back up. Just took my second fill on Cisco, guys. To the position anymore. IWM getting sold back into. Yeah, we made a nice amount too on our QQQ puts, almost up 100% on my IWM puts. We closed 250% on BM&R. Sorry, 230% on BM&R. So nice job if you swung puts. Great job, Ram. All right, markets are still trying to trend and hold. IWM certainly a lot weaker at the moment. Ethereum still down 4%. Amazing bounce on BM&R. I'm short Cisco right now. Can see the bounce in the Qs has been a full force trying to go back to the green side, but IWM still looks heavy here, guys. So you're seeing a bit of a divergence. What was strong yesterday was the IWM, and Qs and SPY were weak. Now today you're seeing the Qs recapturing some of that leadership. But I am shorting Cisco off of this earnings. Let's see if we can get a retrace. But we got time, so I didn't take 0 DTEs or sorry, tomorrow's puts. We took the 22nd, so we got a lot of time on those. Even if they want to press it green here, we do have a lot of time. But an epic bounce in the Qs, epic bounce in BM&R. SPY's lagging a little bit here. Bitcoin still down 4.4%. Amazing. Ethereum actually kind of neck and neck with Bitcoin. Look at IWM, guys. IWM also seeing some more weakness. Those 228 puts are printing. Again, my average on the 228 IWMs is 75 cents. We put that in the chat yesterday, but I want those lower. Cisco's coming in, guys. IWM 228 puts are looking to get in the money. Come on. IWM coming in hot, guys. We're up over 100% on IWM puts. We'll talk about macro later, Ram. We're just going to manage these trades that we're in. But market's still in a strong uptrend. This is just a needed due correction. Interest rate expectations haven't really changed. CME forecast still showing a Fed cut September meeting. 2-year yield is obviously moving up a little bit, but it's really depressed. It's really depressed. But this spike in PPI was needed to cool this IWM. And IWM, this was all manipulated. They just wanted to keep squeezing this, burning the shorts, not paying anyone on the 0 DTEs, and then look, boom. I said a trajectory of this move is not healthy and sustainable, and look what we got. 15 hourly green candles, and now you're getting a massive gap down, averting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 hours of price action unfolding in 1 hour. Filthy. Filthy decline. 228 puts are in the money, guys, for IWM. Let's bank it. We're pushing $1.40 here. All right, I just trimmed half, guys, of my IWM at $1.44. Trimmed half. Moving stops up. Huge gain there. Huge gain. That's amazing, guys. Amazing. So IWM we just trimmed, still pushing Cisco, QQQ seeing a better direction. Nvidia's green, Tesla still negative, Meta still negative, Amazon still pushing, Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia green, Bitcoin still down 4.27, Nat gas trying to turn green, oil's very strong, 2-year yield outperforming the 10, Dixie's trying to move to the upside, you got UVXY pushing. So nice job. Come on, Cisco. My average on Cisco $68 put is 46 cents. 46 cents on the August 22nd. Come on down, Cisco. Chop it down. Thank you, IE. Did you catch that with us? Did you catch those IWM swing shorts? And that BM&R. I mean, look at that trim on BM&R, guys. Right back up. Crazy to think this stock is going green when Ethereum is still absolutely filthy down. I mean, my oh my, what an absolute monster. QQQ is trying to push back to the high side here, guys. That's crazy. IWM still looks weak, guys. Look at that. We're piercing that low. We haven't officially closed, but it looks friggin' weak. 44 minutes still left in this hourly candle. Alright, Cisco puts are now starting to wake up, guys. This is a pre-market setup that I gave to everyone. Come on down, Cisco. Come on. Come back lower, Cisco. You know you're super extended here. IWM is still going lower, guys. What a move. What a move down. Those Qs are the strongest indice right now, guys. IWM going lower. Let's push it lower, guys. Let's push it lower. Still have some strength in your megas. Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft green. Tesla's your only lagging one. Potential head and shoulders on SPY. We'll see if it wants to trigger. Big bounce on the Qs. IWM really struggling here. Healthcare stocks under pressure. Rivian down. HIMS is down another 2.7% down on HIMS. That's filthy. Qs are looking to go green, guys. Wow. What a bounce in some of these names. Cisco, so look at these QQQ bounce. That is filthy. That is filthy. Look at that QQQ bounce. That is absolutely impressive. IWM lagging. SPY is still lagging a little bit. Look at the IWM going lower, guys. Ooh, IWM, what was leading the charge, unwinding, guys. Look at IWM going. Just the unwind trade. That is beautiful. All right, Cisco coming in hot here. Come on down, Cisco. Negate that QQQ push. Qs are pushing, Cisco curling down. Come on down, IWM. Looks like SPY wants to go green. Yeah, potentially. Qs are definitely wanting to go green. Mega cap for tech is seeing the liquidity today. Impressive. Home builders, China stocks, everything's taking a breather except for your leaders. Your mega cap tech is flowing, guys. People are exiting stage left on IWM, and it's flowing. Relative strength in SPY is not here today. Your RSP is super weak on the tape today. Look at RSP today. Everything is flowing into your magnificent names. Look at XLG. Flying. QQQ is flying because of your mag names. SPY right now is lagging a little bit, but wow. Markets are in full force trying to press higher here. IWM still looks weak, probably can go lower, but you have the S&P 500 trying to lift the entire market right now. So, but good job pulling profits early on the session. This is why I said take profits at the open on Qs, because I was worried about this bounce that occurred. Nice profits on IWM. Nice profits on BMNR. That was a big Grand Slam hit, 230% on the put side. QQQ, can you believe it? Trying to go green. It's now flat. Wow, Q's go green. QQQ went green. IWM still down 1.4%, but getting a big wick energy off of the lows here. Cisco still trying to firm up on the charts. Let's look at RKT. That's doing okay. Rocket Labs, that's trying to push back to the high side, going through a bit of a squeeze here. Rocket Labs, ooh, this one could squeeze, guys. Rocket Lab could squeeze to the upside. Very interesting. Next pullback on Rocket Labs could be an interesting long. If you hold above this prior day high, Rocket Labs is going to squeeze. Let's look at ASTS. Yeah, space stocks are squeezing, guys. Nice little inverse head and shoulders trigger on ASTS. That's looking pretty juicy. Wow, look at that nice clean inverse head and shoulders on ASTS. That has broken out to the high side, and it does indicate still some more upside, basically back to about 53.70. IWM big bounce. S&P trying to recapture all of these losses. Pretty extraordinary price action. Cisco going for another high, trying to go green as well. It is looking to go green. Big bounces across the board in pretty much everything right now. QQQ is absolutely flying here. Look at the reversal on the Qs, guys. Wow. That is stunning. That's why you take profits at the open on these major indices. That is crazy. That is a filthy bounce. SPY's still pushing. Cisco's still trying to push. Stocks are turning green here. Got some green price action. CMG, let's look at Kava. Kava still getting hit to the downside. Looks like it's going to take out the lows. Microsoft pumping. Let's look at TTD again. That one's been going through its little choppy price action down here. TTD right back down to the lows off of that earnings gap down. Maybe a trade there on TTD. What a reversal on the Qs there, guys. Small little 5-minute reversal back on the Qs. We'll see what that translates into. IE saying HIMS is holding. HIMS is holding. Holding 47 on HIMS. Healthcare is weak today, so we just need to be mindful of that. You know, UNH saw a red to green, a green to red reversal. Oscar gapping down today. Lilly still actually trying to hold steady. Home builders are taking a bit of a break, so Lennar gapping down. Let's look at Merck. Merck holding steady. How's Rigetti doing? RGTI. That's back testing some critical areas. So again, guys, the only trades that I'm holding is IWM 228 puts still after we've trimmed, and then Cisco puts. BMNR is closed. QQQ puts are closed. Just as an FYI on the day trading front. All right. I am looking at getting UVXY. That's looking fairly interesting. ETH has had a magnificent bounce back up. AI struggling again today. QQQ getting sold into again. Nice reversal. Come on, take us to gap fill on IWM. That would be beautiful. IWM gap fill would be stunning. We do have Trump speaking again today. 10:30 a.m. we have natural gas storage. Oh, I have FOMC there. Big rejection on the Qs, guys. Big rejection on the Qs. That is nasty. That is filthy. Let's see if Cisco wants to go back down to the lows. We've been seeing a lot of this dip buying. We saw it on HIMS. Can't remember the other name we traded, but we've seen a lot of this dip buying and then retests of the lows. So we'll see if that's the case this go around. Side slightly negative, NVIDIA. PQQ, SPY, seeing some top wicks. Still holding fairly steady. Cisco's still trying to hold steady. QQQ still trying to push back up. IWM still holding around that 228 zone. Do 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 do. Still a strong tape here, guys. Still a very strong tape, except for IWM, although it's holding off of the lows. It's acting quite well in the session. You have mega cap strength, Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, all green. QQQ just barely negative on the session. Just barely negative. This is the next wave down in the Qs. Watching those mega cap tech, guys. Dixie's still pressing near the highs. Interest rates are still pressing. Gold continuously coming under pressure. Bitcoin still down 4%. Ethereum's holding up relatively better than Bitcoin. That is quite interesting, guys. The fact that we're seeing BTC hold up better is pretty impressive, to say the least. Very impressive. Quite shocked about that. I am quite shocked to see Ethereum holding better than Bitcoin. Ethereum coming in. Qs are still seeing. Cisco's still trying to make a move here. What are you going to do, Qs? What are you going to do? So you can see the Qs are trying to hold above its opening range high here. Very big range so far in the markets today. Very big range. The Qs are rotating. Ethereum looks to be coming for another wave of selling. Dixie just made a new high of day. Dixie's coming. This Dixie is in full-fledged rally mode, guys. The thing about the Dixies is still so oversold on a long-term basis that it could keep pushing here. It could head to 98.34 today. 98.33 is your daily 20 moving average. Right now you're trying to pierce your daily 7 moving average on the Dixie. So it's looking pretty firm. Still seeing a phenomenal bounce in the IWM. HIM's lost support. Yep. BMNR coming down for another wave of selling. Ethereum looking a little heavier here. QQQ still trying to hold steady. Dixie's still spiking here, guys. It could put additional pressure on these markets. See, so far the Qs are still and the IWM are still trying to shrug and hold. They are still trying to shrug and hold. IWM is getting some top wicks here right off of that point of control. QQQ coming in hot. Dixie, look at the Dixie spike in here, guys. Oof, that is filthy. That Dixie is spiking. Good morning, Manatee. Good morning, good morning. So Dixie's certainly spiking to the high side here, guys. That is a filthy move on the US dollar. That is just in full-fledged rally mode. S&P still holding steady though. QQQ still trying to hold steady. But that US dollar, guys, is still trying to press to the upside. We'll see if the markets can shrug that off. So far, markets are actually holding pretty steady in the near term, guys. Pretty steady. Dixie's taking a breather. IWM is still getting hit hard under a lot of pressure. Here comes the QQQ. Wave of selling. Huge rejection there on the Russell. Cisco's still holding right at that prior day. Right at that prior day high. Dixie still holding steady. 10-year yield up 0.6. Guys, gold is getting it hit. It's taking on the chin right now, gold. Look at that nasty little decline on GOLD. Gold looks like it's going to take out this low, guys. This 33.30 level, gold is probably going to try to sweep that low pivot today. It's certainly got the backdrop for it. Sweep that. Let's look at GDX here. GDX is also a short, guys. It's only down 0.5%. That's quite interesting. I think GDX is a continuation short. Wow, yeah, nice little head and shoulders pattern on GDX. That might be a nice short idea. GDX certainly looks like it's going to come down, guys. 57, what's the spread right now? GDX put options for tomorrow. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it's looking pretty juicy in my opinion. Looking pretty juicy in my opinion. Let's look at some puts. So $58 puts right now are in the money. Spread is 7 cents. Let's look at 57.50s. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. 33 cents on the ask. Alright guys, I'm going to look to get into a GDX short. I'm looking at the 57.50 puts for tomorrow. I repeat, I'm looking at a GDX short. 57.50 puts for tomorrow is what I am looking at. Okay. Still managing the Cisco trade. I want to see it bounce a little bit. I'm not going to flat out short it. I want to see it bounce back at least to your prior day low, as Dixie's taking a minor breather. But GDX shorts my next on watch trade, guys. GDX short 57.50 put on watch. All right, so that's what we're looking at getting into now. IWM 228s are back in the money. Let's take it to a new low of day. Let's go. SPY curling in. There's a really filthy head and shoulders pattern potentially on the SPY 5 and 10 and 15 minute chart. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's there. Look at the IWM melting. Let's go. About time. Over the last 2 days shorting the IWM, I lost about 800 bucks. Made that all back today and then some. And like I said, this was not a sustainable move. 15 hourly green candles in a row. That was filthy, filthy market manipulation, all to trap this liquidity in on the long side. Now, the S&P 500 is still in a strong technical uptrend. The Russell has still broken in a strong technical uptrend, but there was no consolidation and backing and filling. Today, we're finally seeing our first backing and filling consolidation day. But remember, we still have upside targets on the Russell. 235, SPX still has upside targets. SPX 6586. SPY still has higher targets. But markets need to consolidate and back and fill. So we hit that short level yesterday, but SPY upside target is still around 655. That's why the S&P is holding quite steady. I would love to see a little bit more of a flush out on SPY back into your 641s. I'd be a buyer down here in this range, guys, for some farther call options. All right. So I'm hoping that we see a continuation flush down. All right, GDX is catching a bounce, so I am getting ready to pulling off and executing a short. I'm getting very close. I want to see the Dixie come a little bit lower. Gold right now staging a bit of a bounce. Bitcoin's still really, really struggling, guys. Bitcoin is telling me that this market could go lower. Look at IWM, still dripping, guys. We still have half of the 228 puts, which are in the money for tomorrow, but I want to see a flush. I want to see us come a little bit lower. If we look at this hourly chart, we're trying to sweep this liquidity. Whoops. Let's just see where we're at on a Fib retrace of this gap up move. You can see we're not even at a Fibonacci support level. So from this gap up move, this epic 15-hour trending rally, 382 Fib is at 227.18. That's where I'm going to look to trim again on the IWM. All right, GDX is coming in. Come on, GDX. Cisco's still trying to push with the QQQ market. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. We got time on those contracts. Come on, a little bit more, GDX. Push a little bit more. And I will execute a short. I'm looking at the 57.50 puts for tomorrow on GDX, guys. 57.50 puts. IWM still weak. Nvidia pushing up. QQQ still trying to push here. Remarkable strength in Cisco again. Alright, Dixie's coming in a little bit harder. Get ready to enter some GDX puts, guys. We're getting that retrace. HIMS is still down 4%. Wow. Yeah, HIMS is getting slaughtered. Absolutely slaughtered. GDX puts just took it at 28 cents, half position short GDX. Still seeing this market trying to trend. Dixie still softening a little bit. Cisco's still moonshotting. Positive on the tape. Cisco. Qs are trying to push up. Dixie still softening a touch here. Let's look at gold. Gold is doing a really nice bounce back to its pre-market low, kind of its opening range low. Really, really big bounce on gold though. GDX still trying to make a move. My next short level on GDX, adding to it, is contracts need to go to 20 cents on the ask. Kind of around a pierce of this 58 consolidation zone. IWM trying to hold steady. Qs and SPY are still strong. GDX still trying to push. Big push up on the Qs. Really sizable move. QQQ still looking pretty strong here. We've had a lot of stocks make bullish reversals. IWM still the big divergence on the tape, guys. Still underneath your point of control. Your value area low on IWM is all the way down at 225.21. So there's always a chance we could go there if we get some more weakness. But the big level I'm watching is 227.18, 382 fib. You have your gap fill just slightly above that. Come on, GDX, cooperate, cooperate. Again, I'll add into my GDX if we tap this 58.14 zone. And then I'll have a full position. Dixie has really softened here, which is why the markets are rejoicing a little bit. Dixie's retesting its opening range, coming into your previous little breakdown zone. So it is a big area for the Dixie. We'll see how gold wants to react. It's retesting its opening range low. Come on down, GDX. IWM still looking a little bit weak here. Bitcoin's still down about 4%. BMNR still looks weak. It looks like BMNR could try to come down for another wave of selling. Ethereum is obviously holding steady. SPY seeing some top wicks. HIMS is still down sharply. Interesting price action in some semis. I think MSOS is the next thing to really see a significant fall from Grace. MSOS, I think, is due for a bit of a pullback back down to this 460 range. Interestingly enough, you're seeing Canopy Growth down 6%. Aurora down 2.7. What is that other ticker? SNLR? I can't remember that other Canopy Growth ticker, but anyways. IWM going for new lows, guys. Here you have GDX getting sold into slightly. Cisco trying to go back negative. It is negative. Back on the tape. Come on down, Cisco. Retest these lows. What an epic bounce in Cisco. Look at the IWM, guys. We're pressing the remaining 228 puts into the ground. You have SPY coming in hard right now. Boom. Big rejection there on the S&P 500. So S&P 500 is still above its opening range high. If we lose this back test of opening range high, we could go right back down to the lows on the tape. I still have some bearish targets down below. Whether or not they hit, we will see. I would love to see them hit, but the S&P had this initial head and shoulders pattern that triggered with this first neckline, and then they absolutely had a bullish reversal back to the high side, negated that head and shoulders. Now there is a second neckline that needs to be unwatched. This pivot to this pivot. You break that neckline, and that's an even lower target on the S&P 500 for now. All right? Now, do I think that's going to play out? I don't know. That's not my base case. But what could play out is a retest of this lower boundary channel. So this channel that SPY has been chopping in, really since the lows here in August, you've been hitting the high, bouncing to the low, high again was tagged yesterday. So let's see if they want to take this market back down to channel support on the S&P 500. That'll be interesting to see if that does occur. QQQ though, that's where the strength in this tape is lying, is in those Qs. Again, 579 puts at this area are pretty good risk to reward using your high pivot as a stop loss. If you get a 5-minute close above this high pivot, that would be the stop on the trade. I think it's looking fairly interesting. All right, we could see the markets come under a bit of pressure. The dollar is trying to bounce here, guys. So We're shorting GDX. Gold right now still trying to push to the upside. Cisco's curling in. GDX back under 58. That's a good sign. Cisco right now seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. IWM still looks like it's going to make new lows, guys. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Ethereum still trying to hold steady. SPY seeing some distribution. Crude oil up 1.18%. VIX is still slightly green. Apple's gone negative. Tesla negative. Strength from Nvidia, Microsoft, Google's flat. Amazon's ripping. Meta's basically flat. Netflix strong. Eli Lilly strong. JP Morgan doing quite well. Come on lower, GDX. We've almost been trading for an hour here and we've banked profits. Big one on the session was BMNR. IWM, we're still printing on IWM from 75 cents yesterday. Those 227 puts now at almost $1.50. Dixie still trying to stage a bounce. SPY back to the negative side. QQQ back to the negative side. IWM down 1.5%, guys. We're still seeing distribution hitting this tape. Some of your volume movers. Open is up 4. AMD down 1.9. Big Bear AI up 1.89. ONDS up 10.5. Rigetti slightly negative. Neo down 5. SBET negative. Cisco negative. Tesla negative. Wolf, ticker WLF, up 40%. That's a huge shaker and a mover. Look at the new lows on IWM, guys. Bang, bang. I like that a lot. Take us down. Let's go. Perfect. GDX not really moving just yet. Dixie still softening. Come on down, Cisco. Come on down, Cisco. Retest those lows. Show us the market manipulation. QQQ still staying elevated here. Big divergence in the S&P 500. In terms of your sector analysis, so right now there's quite a few different sectors in the S&P 500 red. Every single sector is red in the S&P 500. Your big decliners are in your materials XLB and your real estate. Go figure, real estate and materials have been your strong, bright spots of the market. Over the last couple of sessions, names like D.R. Horton, Lennar, ITB, the home builders have been monsters to the upside. And now they are under quite a bit of pressure with the inflationary spike that we just witnessed today on PPI. Investors are slightly concerned maybe that there's going to be an increase in the CME Fed Watch tool. I'll take a look at what that CME Fed Watch tool is saying for you guys. Alright, let's bring up that CME Watch tool. SPY still holding steady here. QQQ, Ethereum, big bounce on Ethereum, guys. Wow. Big bounce on Ethereum. Pretty extraordinary to see how resilient Ethereum is actually being. Alright guys, so just a heads up here, right? This is what investors like to watch, is our CME Fed Watch tool. September meeting, even with the producer price inflation spiking, still have a 92.5% cut expectation. October meeting, you are still looking for more cuts. Basically 39% of market participants think there will be a hold in October of the 4 to 4.25, but 57% expect a rate cut in October. So really the trend is still okay on the CME Fed Watch tool. Nat gas inventories come out very shortly here. Let's see what Nat gas is going to do. Keep what is it, EQT on watch. That stock is ripping to the upside. EQT. Nat gas inventories are set to be reported here, guys. Let's see what happens with nat gas, but EQT is absolutely flying to the upside in anticipation of a good nat gas report. But inventories should be out momentarily. IWM still lagging. SPY's trying to push up. QQQ's back to the green side. Dixie's softening a little bit more. Apple may be getting weaker today. We'll take a peek at Apple. All right, nat gas getting some wicks here. Inventories are coming out. Big drop on inventories there. Let's see what EQT is doing. If you're wanting to short EQT, now's the time, using your high of day as a stop loss. It's bouncing around a little bit here. S&P creeping. S&P creeping. Nat gas did go negative, guys. EQT coming in. Spread is blowing out on the 5250 puts. All right, we'll flip back to the Russell. But nat gas is getting a little bit wild here. A little bit wild. Dixie's still softening just a touch here, which is why the markets are rejoicing a little bit. A breather in the Dixie. You are seeing the Dixie coming in. We'll see if it's a short-lived bounce, but the Russell trying to catch some momentum here, guys. Some momentum. All right, GDX curling back down. Come on, take us to a new low of day. Take us to a new low. Look at the S&P trying to rip here now. QQQ also trying to rip. New high of day on the Qs, blasting off into space. QQQs are lifting the entire market as we speak, guys. We are seeing unrelenting strength in the market. Big push in the markets, guys. Really big push. SPY's still negative, but looking to go green on the S&P 500. My oh my. Absolutely crazy. The dip buyers coming into the Qs. We haven't had a down day where all indices are red. Just continue to see strength coming into this tape. And that's the power of the bull market that we're still in. Look at the IWM bounce, guys. All right, so we have two additional shorts GDX coming in, guys. Cisco also trying to get a little bit weaker, back to the negative side. Despite the Qs are pushing here, Cisco is curling back to the downside. So if we get any sort of material weakness in the major indices, we should see Cisco fall quite sharply here. Let's see if they're just manipulating these earnings. But Cisco, even on the daily chart, Cisco's still extended. It wasn't a bad report, but really, I mean, minimal double beat. Minimal, and Cisco's been one of the stronger stocks in the equity market. So come on down, Cisco. It's your time to shine. IWM is trying to stage a bounce off of its opening range low. Still under that point of control. That 228.40 is your short zone on the equity market, guys. Nat gas going lower, guys. EQT still seeing some top wick distribution. GDX now coming in a little bit harder. Come on, GDX. Come on down. Come on down for new lows on the session. Dixie really hasn't even bounced yet. Come on down. IWM still trending here. S&P 500 still slightly negative. Seeing some top wick distribution on the S&P 500. But actually holding pretty steady here. Pretty steady. Look at this beautiful SPY channel that we're chopping in now. Pivot low, pivot high, pivot high, pivot low. Where to next? Come on down, Cisco. Take us down. Let's look at Apple for IE. Alright, Apple right now, daily chart going through a bit of consolidation. Daily chart still looks okay, still have an upper target of 255, but I'm looking for a retest of support on Apple. I want to see Apple come down to 227, preferably retest these pivots, and I would consider taking some upside calls into the end of the year for Apple. Right now, Apple's intraday price action, I think Apple, you can see that it did trigger, whoops, my chart's going funky on me. You can see it triggered that inverse head and shoulders on the 20-minute. We did fulfill the upside target for Apple. So I think Apple can retest a little bit of this lower boundary support. Let's just see where we could potentially go on Apple. 229.82, your volume point of control, gap fill. I like Apple for a move back down into this region, guys. I really, really do. Qs are still remarkably strong. IWM still chopping around. So if you're wanting to take some Apple puts, I would wait for a bounce to your opening range low. You can short it off that area. But Apple does look like it's diverging again from that NASDAQ market. Kind of similarly to what we've seen as Apple's been an inverse play on the market. So not a bad area. Look at the bounce on Ethereum, guys. This is filthy. Just absolute full force bounce. V-shaped recovery. I mean, Bitcoin's not really doing that. Maybe it's trying, but it's an absolute beast, Ethereum. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, I definitely say that is. IWM. Ethereum is just printing to the upside. Back up. Ethereum is only down 1% now. Holy moly. What a monster, guys. What an absolute monster. That thing is crazy. Qs are still trying to press and trend. Filthy. Gold is seeing some top wick rejection. BMNR back to the green side. Open is starting to squeeze, guys. OPEN. That's starting to squeeze for sure. ONDS. Wow, that's also trying to squeeze here into its gap. Astonishing. Big Bear AI. That's still well off of its lows. Let's look at TTD again. That's coming in a little bit. New lows on TTD. My oh my, down over 5% today. Now this gets more interesting for TTD, guys, down here for sure. Wow. Alright guys, look at GDX starting to come in pretty hard here. What does that mean? What does it mean when gold is coming in? It means the dollar is likely catching a bid, and it is. Gold getting rejected off its opening range low. Loses pre-market low. Look out for new lows. Come on down, GDX. Melt it. Melt it. We're looking for 57.50 puts. Come on down, GDX. Cisco still holding on to 70 bucks here. Look at this S&P 500. Still trying to trend. Come on down, GDX. IWM still holding above prior day low. SPY's just printed a new high of day. Whew. You're seeing some full force printing in the S&P and NASDAQ markets. SPY is trying to go green. SPY's trying to go green, guys. GDX coming in. Chop it down, GDX. Come on down. Take our 5750 push. Look at that SPY pump, guys. Wow, what a remarkable. 642 to 645. That is a huge, huge, monstrous push in the equity markets, guys. Alright, Dixie is trying to firm up here, guys. If you're wanting to short SPY at the sweep of this high, I would enter a half position. Again, SPY is into a short zone up here, sweeping this high pivot. That is a very, very good short zone, I think. You can see you're hitting that double top already. Dixie's bouncing. Qs are coming in. Come on down. Look at GDX melting, guys. Beautiful to see. Keep falling, GDX. Keep falling. I want these puts in the money. 5750s. Cisco continuing to fall too, guys. Let's just update some of these trades. Whoops. Huh? Possible to have a stop loss and take profit set on the same position. Depending on your brokerage, I believe if you have a stop loss, so say you have 50 shares of something, you could do like half. I believe you can have half of stop loss in the position, or I don't think you can do it on the full position. But certain brokerages might be a little bit different. Alright, GDX coming in hot, guys. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Where did that go? Look at the melting of GDX, guys. Come on, these puts should explode. Cisco back into the $69 level, guys. Cisco's now coming in hard. Come on down, Cisco. You know you want lows of the day. Retest all of this bullish liquidity. Come on. SPY still holding steady. GDX melting lower. Sitting right on prior day low for GDX. There is some support there. SPY still hanging in there. Q's coming in. IWM just floundering sideways, still putting in lower highs, lower lows on the Russell, guys. Russell is still weak. ITB getting smoked. Regional banks down, retail down. IWM should go lower. Nat gas now down 1.1% on the back of its inventories. So nat gas inventories expectation was 53 billion, came in at 56 billion. So a bigger than expected build for Natty, obviously pushing it down in the near term. Cisco, guys, continuing to grind lower here. I like it a lot. GDX trying to hold that prior day, but look at Cisco, guys, melting. SPY is printing to the high side yet again. Remarkable price action in the S&P 500. This is a monster, remarkable, even stronger price action in the QQQ. Both SPY and Qs are green, guys. Wow. That is a filthy move. S&P 500 looks like it wants to go for highs. Imagine that. We're going to take out the highs on the S&P 500. That is filthy. What an epic reversal to the upside. Epic, epic, epic. That is a crazy strong move to the upside. SPY could still keep going, guys. I would not be shorting SPY and Qs just yet. I would not be shorting them just yet. This looks like it wants to take out this high today. This market is just absolutely mind-blowingly crazy strong. We do have Trump speaking at 1, but whoa. What a filthy reversal back up. My oh my. This market is truly, truly resilient, guys. Day after day, we see this epic reversals. I mean, you just can't stop mega cap tech in the S&P. It is absolutely mind-blowing how relentless these markets truly are. Very impressive. But look at that move on the S&P. There wasn't even any data. I mean, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction in 41 minutes at 11:30. You got Trump speaking at 1 p.m. But wow. What an epic reversal back up. IWM trying to print a higher high as well. Good to see Cisco still trying to come in a little bit. Bitcoin still down 3, Dow's still negative, IWM still down 1.1, but Microsoft up 1, Amazon up 2.3, Meta, huge reversal up 0.89%, Tesla's still negative, Apple's still negative, Nvidia's ripping here. Semis are catching a nice bid today. Take Cisco lower, come on, take it lower. Do. Let's look at DE here. Still near the lows of the session for John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer, but it's running to the downside today. CMG, that's taken a huge hit today. HIMS is still getting walloped here, guys. HIMS is still getting absolutely creamed. UNH is back to the green side. Nice little bullish reversal. Let's see what Joby's doing today. Joby still hanging on to the downside. Still hanging on to that key $17 level. Interesting. Joby's definitely looking like it's distributed. Let's look at RKT again. RKT, that's still down 3% on the sessions. Let's look at Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab has taken a breather, guys. It probably is going to get another bid higher here. It's definitely gone through some consolidation. Rocket Labs looks poised for another leg higher here. It's gone through a nice consolidation as the markets are still grinding. Just backing and filling, digesting this big move. Let's look at ASTS. ASTS, that's a bit of a failed breakout, so maybe just be careful with that name. Alright, let's see what else is shaking and moving this morning. So go to our high volume. Qs are seeing a little bit of downside pressure now. Wow, open is now up 12% again. This stock is a wild mover itself. Whoa. Sorry about that, guys. Open is squeezing here. Squeezing. My oh my. Potential inverse head and shoulders. Let's look at CRCL. Wow, Circle's getting absolutely bludgeoned here, guys. Let's look at CoreWeave. I haven't taken a peek at that. CoreWeave getting absolutely smoked as well. Oof. Wow. Pretty crazy. Come on down, Cisco. Still watching GDX. GDX is sitting right on that prior day low, guys. Right on PDL. We lose this area, it's going to be night for GDX. Gold. You know, some of the backdrop for GDX and miners doing weekdays. You have one of their biggest input costs, oil. Oil surging to the upside, so that's additional pressure. But look at that back test on oil. Oil's along here, guys. Crude oil, back testing support, bouncing sharply. Let's look at XOM. XOM looks like another long off of this region. Probably back to the highs of the tape. Let's see if we can enter some XOM calls. Maybe Valero might be better. Let's see what VLO is doing. Actually, XOM's not looking bad, guys. XOM's not looking bad at all. IWM still putting in some bearish consolidation. Right at POC rejection there. WTI crude though looks decent. Crude is still pushing. Alright, come on down, Cisco. Come on down. IWM looks like it's going to make another low of day flush. QQQ still holding positive price. What's this AMCR doing? That's down sharply on the session. Yeah, AMCR going for new lows. There might be a trade on this TTD, guys. TTD is getting very interesting down here on the hourly chart. Daily chart, though. Maybe it wants that green bar liquidity. Gap fill. There's also a gap fill slightly down there. I'll put an alert down here on TTD. How's Walmart doing today? That's under some pressure. What about cost? That's under some pressure as well. QQQ getting a little bit heavier here, guys. Nvidia seeing some selling. Apple still negative. SPY looking to go back to the negative side. Dixie still trying to bounce here, guys. So the US dollar Still trying to stage a bit of a relief rally. And I think the US dollar remains firm as long as oil remains firm. I am seeing them moving kind of in tandem together. I'm surprised this MSOS hasn't seen more of a decline despite the IWM being weak. Quite interesting, that divergence. Qs are coming in hot here, guys. SPY seeing some heavy selling. Cisco, come on down, Cisco. Cisco's back down 1% on the tape. I want it lower. Still pressing this GDX short. Cisco short. IWM, we still have 228 puts for tomorrow. We've trimmed half of them. What do you think about CoreWeave calls? Anonymous is asking. Or sorry, Absolute Truth is asking. Yeah, we're going to take out these lows. Don't know if it's today. There's a very strong chance it could be today. I don't like it yet. I do not like it yet. You know, let it take out these lows. Let it sweep that. It needs to sweep that liquidity, guys. So once you bust through those lows, it gets a little bit more interesting, but really 618 retrace is where it might want to go. Look at that weekly candle though. That thing is filthy. Let me turn on some of my moving averages here. That's the problem with CoreWeave too, is there's not much time on it, so we can't even isolate any big moving average levels. Yeah, but so really it's your 618 retrace where it's your next little support zone. Now, that's an aggressive long right at that 618, 91.90. But in terms of a day trade, I would scalp it long today if we swept these lower pivot liquidity. So keep that on watch. If we sweep these lows today, let me know, because I'll scalp it on the long side. But for a swing trade, it's not quite ready. So another 4.4% move down, and that should be a little bit more ready for a long scalp. Alright guys, GDX starting to come in a little bit more now. Come on down to 57.50. Gold down 0.48%, still getting heavy here. Come on down. Cisco, come on down. GDX, come on down. QQQ, heavy sell side pressure on the Qs. Qs are now knifing through its previous value area high. So if it loses that, could be a slight concern for the Qs. The big level the bulls want to maintain above is obviously your opening range high. S&P 500 back to the negative side though. So it seemed like a fake liquidity breakout grab on the S&P. And we are getting heavy sell side pressure here, guys. That is a big reversal back down. Hourly chart, potentially a failed breakout there on the hourly S&P chart. Whoa, that's getting nasty, guys. Cisco coming in hard, S&P coming in hard, Qs are coming in hard. QQQ does have support at 580.32. It's a big point of control zone. 580.32 is a big point of control zone on the Qs, guys. You can see it here in the dotted yellow line on my screen. They might want to hold it there. That's where the Qs should hold. If we break that, this could get ugly again. If we break this point of control, this volume shelf, things could get real ugly again on the Qs. So we're going to watch that very closely. You can see it's bouncing there right now as we speak. Apple just printed down 0.66, new low of day. Tesla's getting a little heavier here. Nvidia's seeing some distribution. IWM looking like it's going to print a new low of day as well, guys. GDX still under prior day lows. Cisco catching a minor bounce with the equity markets. HIMS is still down 4.1%. Wow. Still a lot of red in the sectors, guys. Upstart down 5%. Enphase getting clobbered down 6.6%. AI down another 3. There's a lot of red today, guys. I would not be surprised to see the S&P go back down, but it's actually holding quite well. First Solar down 3. DraftKings doing well today. That's up 1.16. Roku's negative. Chipotle's negative. China stocks are under pressure. GameStop down. SMCI down 2.5. UPS is green. Wells Fargo doing quite well. MSOS still doing well. Canopy Growth down 8. Airbnb slightly negative. Rivian down 2.2. SOX, SOXS is up 2.31. So even with the Qs showing strength, guys, you have semis under pressure. Still trying to make another move. XOM still kind of lagging, a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity potentially there. Cisco catching a bit of a bid here. GDX still trying to hold steady. Let's look at Apple quickly here. Yeah, Apple's still coming in, guys. Apple looks like it wants that gap fill. Losing point of control. See the relative difference? Apple's POC lost it. QQQ still trading slightly above. Pretty filthy price action in Apple right now. IWM still hovering around 228. Jets ETF down sharply, down 1.4. Fubo down 4.3. Snap down 2.5. Twilio under pressure. Transport's under pressure. Silver down 1.35. Abercrombie and Fitch down 4. Some liquidity certainly still holding in healthcare. Uber's green, up 0.32. Humana's green. BABA down 3.29%. Good job taking profits on our BABA October calls yesterday. AEO down 4.92%. Kava continuing to get weakened, bludgeoned here, down 4%. GDX, guys, GDX is going lower. IWM starting to get heavy here. Things aren't looking as positive as they once were. We're starting to see a little bit of distribution hitting this tape again. Bitcoin back down 3.6%. Nat gas is back to the green side. Dixie's trying to make a push for the high of day again. Look at the Dixie trying to recapture this opening range. If they defend this low, we could see a high of day push. GDX, guys, melting lower. Come on down, GDX. Gold right now, still down 0.56%. And what's crazy about this GDX chart, guys, look at this nasty head and shoulders on GDX. Building. It's absolutely there. That is one of the cleaner head and shoulders you'll see in the tape on GDX. If this triggers, uh-oh, we got a pretty decent down move that could occur on GDX. And it has the backdrop. Dollar trying to bounce. You have oil trying to bounce. And again, it hasn't triggered yet, but if it does trigger, it's got about a 2% downward pressure move. Q's coming in hot, guys. QQQ coming in hot. Dixie pressing. IWM 228 puts back in the money. Gold is melting here. That S&P 500 rejection back inside this channel. A failure at breaking out of this channel, guys, likely means one thing. We could retest the lows. We could head back down to 641 on SPY today. IWM looking like a nasty bear flag on the Russell 2000, guys. That is a filthy bear flag that is shaping up on the IWM. Finally printing back our profits, guys. Look at the Qs trying to hold this point of control. Bouncing. GDX, guys, new low of day there. Sweep on GDX. Let's go. Let's get those 5750s in the money. Trying to hold that trend line. Break this head and shoulders on GDX. And those calls will those puts will explode. IWM losing prior day low again. Troublesome price action for IWM. Cisco getting heavier. Let's look at PLTR. PLTR still coming in a little bit. Nvidia is still trying to hold steady. Apple still coming in, looking for new lows on Apple. Microsoft still holding steady. Google absolutely ripping on Google. Look at that straight shot move on Googly Moogly. Wow. What a liquidity dump yesterday on a fake news report. And it's just pumping to the upside, Google. That is crazy. Tesla roping in more bullish liquidity off of that breakout zone. We exited our full position on Tesla. I'm no longer holding Tesla calls, and the longer it takes to break out here, the more I think this is a liquidity trap for Tesla. Broken out, never confirmed this breakout. Right now it's looking like a bit of a bull trap setup. Looks quite scary. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon still a monster today. Coming in though from the highs, potential lower high on Amazon. QQQ still holding that POC. Look at GDX, guys. GDX GDX puts are waking up. SPY melting lower. Here we go. Come on down, SPY. Cisco coming in hot. IWM, guys, going for a new low on IWM. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is a classic short on the Russell. It's about frickin' time. New lows on the Russell coming inbound, guys. New lows on the Russell incoming. Here we go. Come on down. Dixie's still spiking here, guys. Come on down, Russell. My next trim on the Russell, guys, is 227.18. SPY coming in hot. GDX still at the lows. Cisco getting heavy. Get heavy, market. Oh. Come on, IWM. One more little knife down. One more knife on the Russell, guys, and I will be taking the majority of the profits off of the table. Come on. Come on down, Russell. That is filthy, that decline. New lows on the IWM, guys. New lows on the IWM. That is amazing to see. Amazing. SPY's coming in. GDX trying to bust through those lows. IWM staging a bit of a bounce here. QQQ back to the negative side, guys. Look at the Dixie ripping here. Flying. Gold right now. Coming in. Why is that not populating? Gold still needs to take out the lows, guys. IWM's trying to stage a bit of a relief rally, but we could retest this 10-minute EMA. Cisco trying to hold support. GDX trying to hold. Dixie's still pushing. Go, Dixie, go. Ethereum still bouncing tremendously. Bitcoin still lagging. Can you believe that it seems like Ethereum is more of the safe crypto over Bitcoin? Bitcoin taking a back seat recently. Dixie's still squeezing. IWM's catching some liquidity off of this lower boundary range, but I think it's a bit of a bull trap. I think IWM's going to go lower, although it is staging a nice little wick. They're grabbing extra liquidity. Dixie's still trying to push up 0.41%. Crude oil up 1.4%. Nat gas back to the high side up 0.8%. A little bit of an arbitrage opportunity on EQT. EQT was strong, up over 2% on the session, had that full round trip. Back down on the back of natural gas falling. Now it's looking like it's a bit of a continuation long. Why? Because nat gas is making a bullish reversal. So, I called out that EQT short up here. Boom, it collapsed. Now it's looking like a bit of a long setup with this low of day. If you get a stop loss kind of right below this 5160, that's kind of your line in the sand. GDX just hanging on by a thread here, guys. We should see GDX decline precipitously. Here we go, new low of day incoming for GDX. Wake up our puts, wake up our puts. Come on, take them green. Trigger this head and shoulders. That is one of the cleanest looking 15-minute head and shoulders you will see, guys. Not only do you have one left shoulder pivot, but you got two left shoulder pivots. You got an impulse green candle reversal bar as your right shoulder pivot. This is a clean. GDX breaking down. 5750 puts are coming. What happened with Netflix? Let's take a look at Netflix real quick. Yeah, Netflix is a monster. Back to the high side. It's been underperforming the market, so it's another stock that's been moving inversely. but strong bounce right off of your point of control. It was getting oversold. So whenever stocks pull back from all-time highs, that first initial hard pullback often gets bought up. But it's still a quality stock, Netflix. Still dominates in its region and classification. It's only going to get stronger. But obviously it's a little long in the tooth today. Alright, IWM, GDX, come on, take us in the money. IWM's trying to hold. GDX is right at that opening range low. Ethereum's curling down. Dixie taking a minor breather. Cisco's trading at 69.52. SPY's catching a bit of a bid here. Nvidia is still green, and Microsoft still green. Google ripping, Amazon ripping, Meta positively strong. Netflix ridiculously strong today. Coin struggling, Tesla struggling, SMH struggling, JP Morgan green. Carvana, another down day for Carvana. Ethereum, guys, had that huge V-shaped bounce, now looking a little bit heavier here. BMNR was a big winner for us, guys. Today, we short at the highs yesterday. $60 puts went green. IWM has been a nice gift that keeps on paying us. Still looking to trim the other half of my contracts right around this 227.18. GDX 57.50 puts look like they're going to go green. Cisco could still show some more weakness today if the S&P and Qs give up a little bit more steam, but Cisco looks like it's doing that bullish liquidity reversal trap. We'll see. Really, I mean, the level that Cisco bounced off of, there's not much daily chart support here. I mean, you did hit the 50-day moving average. I guess there is some support. So granted, that's a reason why Cisco did bounce there. But getting sold into pretty heavy here, Cisco. Alright, IWM still holding at the lows. Trying to get back above prior day low, guys, on IWM. That's your aggressive short zone. I would personally wait till 228 if you're not short the IWM, but prior day low, 228, those are your aggressive shorts. GDX trying to hold this neckline. We'll see if it wants to come in. Alright guys, I'm going to take a bit of a break here. Rest my voice. It's been an action-packed commentary morning. So just to summarize things, we're still riding GDX 57.50 puts. We're still riding Cisco $68 puts. Still have half of my IWM 228 puts, which are in the money. We've trimmed the first half for about 100%. If anything changes, I will hop back on. Good job taking profits on the QQQ put options. Those printed this morning as well. BMNR, that was our big winner, 230%. Let's see if we can get more downside on the IWM. Certainly looking that way. Let's see if we can get GDX puts in the money today. Certainly looking that way. And keep your eye on that US dollar and crude oil. US dollar is still looking like it wants to go back to the highs of the session. So what does that mean? If the US dollar wants to go back to the highs of the session, probably going to put some additional pressure on the main indices. What I'm observing on the S&P 500, very near-term price action. Hourly chart, there's still 11 minutes in this candle, but we tried having an hourly chart breakout out of this channel. It's appearing, unless the next 11 minutes pushes us back out, but it's appearing we've had a failed breakout on the hourly chart of the S&P 500. We're chopping in this channel. The channel needs to be respected as long as we're at resistance, because it does look like we had a failure here. So if we start trending outside this channel, use that upper boundary zone as your support. But right now it's resistance. It's big resistance. Your next support level on the S&P 500 is this upsloping trend line. which we could have a flush back down into this zone, retesting your opening range high. So it's a big level as well. Big, big level. All right, guys, thank you. Please hit that like button on the stream. I am here in front of the charts, watching, looking. I like to use this time to scan for other chart setups. The reason I like downside moves is because you get opportunity on the swing trade side. It sets up other stocks hitting big technical levels. We've had some pretty big moves in individual names. So I'm going to scan the markets for swings today. And I suggest you guys do the same. But of course, we're still going to manage these day trades. If anything else drops in my lap, I'll let you know. If I take profits on Cisco or GDX, I'll let you know. Again, my next target on IWM TP is right here, 227.20-ish. Look at the S&P coming in pretty hard right now. And just keep in mind, all indices are negative. Qs did make that bullish reversal, but back to the negative side. Big stretch. Guys, we just printed a new low on the Russell. Contracts are exploding on the 228 puts. Wow, look at the free fall coming into target price 2. BMNR, ETH is falling, Cisco continuing to drip. GDX still just holding slightly on that neckline, but look at the decline in the S&P as well. All right, guys, I'm getting ready to take profits here. I'm getting ready to take profits on IWM. There it is, guys. IWM hit target. Guys, I'm out of the majority of my IWM. I have a few runners. But out of majority. What a dump there, guys. I will trim at gap fill. Gap fill is next trim. Look at the free fall in the Russell, guys. Huge volatility. That is crazy. Amazing. That was huge. If we pierce 227 again, I'd look to get out of them. But gap fill, I have 2 contracts left. That was a monster trade, guys. If you caught that, give yourself a round of applause because that was huge. From 75 cents to $1.68 there. Looking for one more flush. And there might be a huge 0DT long trade setting up as well, which is pretty crazy. That was filthy. That was filthy, guys. That's exactly what we were warning about yesterday with this hourly candle. I mean, that was not sustainable. You needed this pullback to reset the trend. This pullback allows us to head higher. Just as an FYI. You can see we're close to that 10-minute EMA. That's probably where the IWM wants to go. Your 10-minute EMA 113. Still have GDX puts, guys. New low of day on GDX. Looking to print. Come on. 57.50 puts, guys.
anyone's in QuantumScape, you're having a real bad day today. That gap down, rose up, gap down, what was it, 3%, rose up 3%, and is now back down 5%.
Yeah, this thing is the market. This price action is doo doo. I'm about to be done trading in the next 20 minutes.
Gold futures look like they held that 33.8390 and might be trading sideways for a little while.
It's interesting. Viatris is not moving. That's a huge generic portfolio, right? They took over most of Pfizer's Upjohn portfolio. So Viatris is still green on that. I would assume that they'd go down.
Which one?
VTRS.
Hey, you know what? INTC Intel 15-minute chart double bottom, and it's getting a massive stick right now on INTC.
Hey, BB, I saw Bill with his hand up. Can you bring him up?
He's up.
Oh, okay. It's this listener on my end.
I had a question for Frank. I don't know if Frank is still there.
I'm here.
Yeah.
So, Frank, I have a options question for you. So I'm looking at something like SBET, right, which is basically a Ethereum treasury company. It just made its announcement. I want to short it. I don't really want to short or go long it. But one of the things I'm thinking of is, when these things announce and then they have these huge price spikes, like this one went up to $86 or whatever. Now it's settling in at 23, and it'll be whatever the price is of Ethereum, right? It blows out the implied volatility on the option. And I'm, you were talking about ARBs before. I feel like maybe there's potential to do ARBs here if this implied volatility is really, really high, right? Like, you do like a ratio spread where, the call options right now, even out of the money, are really overvalued because of the implied volatility. So, you go long the stock and then you short like, 3 calls for each, out of the money calls for each stock. And then you end up with this big range where you make money, right? Like down to almost zero, all the way up to like, I don't know, $50-$60. Did you ever do any of these kind of things?
I don't. I've done it, but I don't do a lot of spreads like that. But it is very profitable as long as you know the risk on the trade. So you want to short. You want to.
I want to short the. There's too much premium in the out of the money calls, in my opinion, right? Because it's all like it's 100% implied volatility. Right. So I'll short like 3 way out of the money calls, go long the stock. Right. And so if the price falls, well, then the calls are worthless, or I make money that way, even though I lose money on the long of the common. Or if it goes up, I make money on the long, and as long as
and they call your stock, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I think that's probably a way to be consistently make money. Like that could be an income generator right there.
Yeah, it's sort of quasi market neutral because like a lot of these stocks, once they announce their treasury, they blow out right immediately in terms of price, but then that price isn't a real price. It's just sort of like, excitement, and then it sort of settles in, and like, that's where it is right now. It's like between $22-$24. But I could set up something where I can make money even if it goes up to 60.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, like I was saying, that somebody sets up a ARB in SBT or a lot of these type of stocks at some point, because there will be a point where if there's a big movement in the underlying, a quick risk movement, that there's risk in it, but like basically, it could become a collect premium all day long situation as these mature.
All right, thanks. Yeah, just wondering if my thinking was, kind of out of whack or something.
No, I mean, you're protected. I mean, I know that you're I mean, I know you're short the other one, but that's
short circle.
That's not like that's not completely conservative, but there's not a lot of risk in it.
Yeah, no, I just hate that one, and again, I keep pounding that one's a short all the way. But maybe I'm overconfident, like you said, Frank. I better watch myself.
No. I think as long as you're protected by selling buying the stock, selling premium, and getting, if it rallies, it call off. If not, you just keep collecting premium all day long, every month. It's like income.
All right, thanks. Didn't want to tie up the space.
No, not at all.
Bill, would you wait to do like a ratio spread like that, like once it gets closer to like a NAV? Like, wouldn't that be a time to do it when it gets closer to NAV?
No, because you want you want to capture the fat premium that's going to basically decay, right? Because these are way out of the money calls. They're being affected by these quant funds that just calculate implied volatility. So their models look at it. Well, it went all the way up to $86. Now it's 22. That's a very volatile stock. So they crank up the volatility, the implied volatility in the option prices. So you want to get them when those premiums are fat. It has nothing to do with the NAV of the stock.
Yeah, but wouldn't the potential like sell off? You'd be underwater.
Yeah, but
if it went too far.
Well, you're protected both ways, right? You're long the stock, and you're short the calls. So if the stock falls,
got it.
Yeah, you lose money on the long common, but you make money on the again, you got to get the ratio right so that the payoff is sort of symmetrical. And what it does is it creates like this very big range in prices in which you don't care what happens, you make money either way.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with you.
There's just a lot of them right now because there's just implied volatility on certain stocks is just skyrocketing, right? Like, and sometimes, it's for good reason, and I don't want to touch them, but sometimes it's just obvious that it was like an initial price spike on an announcement, right? Like SBET selling its whatever gambling software business and making a deal, to become a Ethereum, treasury company. So it spiked to $86, but it's never going to see $86 again. But the option prices think it might. Anyway, I just brainstorming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, Jeffrey, I am becoming one of you.
I knew it was just a matter of time. Listen, you guys, since Bill, I've known you since I think the beginning of 2021. I know for sure 2022 when we were both, in those bear spaces and all that stuff. But you hated China, and then you invested in China recently. China names, right? Let's be honest, it's not 100% China.
I did.
And then you hated fossil fuels, and now you're a coal guy. And now, what I say, you're gonna do options, and then now you're doing options. This is awesome.
Well, you gotta.
I just want to make money.
You gotta be nimble. You gotta be nimble in this market, and you gotta go with the way that the people where people are making money, right?
TTP. That's where you make money.
No, it's just the transformation of Bill. It's great. Bill, since you are a Buffeteer, I don't know what is he buying. What is he buying, Bill? So you guys, Bill's falls.
I don't know. Like it's about 5 billion, and it looks like it's like an industrial, right? Because he breaks out 3 different classes of equities in his 10 Qs without disclosing anything, right? He has sort of financials, etc. So it's some sort of an industrial.
Could it be? And we're gonna just some of the names that have been tossed out. It's say yes, no, maybe. UPS.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
I mean, again, it would have to be classified as an industrial, right? So it's not UNH. Like I know some people are hoping, praying that it's UNH, but no, that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. What was the other one? It was Train. I think Train.
Yeah, he likes those kind of stocks. Like he will invest in them, right? So, I mean, if it's 5 billion, and he takes his usual, I don't know, just shy of 5% position, it's $100 billion stock market cap.
And then CRX, I think. What about the railroad CRX?
That's too big, and that
CSX.
Which one?
CSX. I think that one he's going to wait to see how this proposed merger goes in terms of regulatory oversight, right? Whether there's going to be a green light for this merger. If there is, then yeah, I think he's a natural buyer of whatever's left over, CSX.
And your thought here? I haven't heard.
And I mean, he certainly has the money, right? Like he's sitting on $300 billion in basically cash.
And what is your choice, Bill? If you had to guess, yours.
No. You still have one more, Caterpillar. Bill.
Oh, Caterpillar.
He already owns, I think, Deere. So I don't know. Could be. He likes, like I said, he likes these big industrial companies that are sort of global dominant companies. Could be also like something in the aerospace supplier segment.
What is the Monative? So on that one, what is that? Is it BEV or something like that? That does all the seats and all that stuff for airliners. Am I thinking? Do you know what I'm talking about, Monative?
I mean, he bought Precision Cast Parts. That turned out to be a little bit of he paid a little too much, but it's starting to turn. So.
Yeah, they had that fire bill, so they're still working through that. There's still a shortage of fasteners.
Oh, there was a lot of talk on the FinTwit that it's going to be HIMS, Bill. Any credence to HIMS?
I don't think so. I don't think he would not touch that.
I agree with you guys, but there was people saying it.
No,
he's trying.
Those are people pumping their bags on FinTwit.
I agree.
He's trying to mess with A-Man with that comment.
Oh no. But no, I saw it. I saw a bunch of people posting it. Seeger, please. Here we go. Seeger's a good voice.
Thanks, Jeff. Sorry, I was going up and down, so I don't know if you, Bill, mentioned, but how about Intel? Could Intel be an option?
I don't think so. He bought TSMC and immediately dumped it like a quarter later, right?
But I think that was because of the China-Taiwan political instability spheres, wasn't it?
Who knows? He never said why he sold it, right? Everybody suspects that's what it was, but no,
it also went up like 30%, right?
What's that?
Like from when he bought TSM to when he sold it, it absolutely rocketed up. So yeah, maybe it just got to a level that, hey, this is what I wanted out of this.
I mean, they are starting. I mean, I don't know if this is, Munger used to love China. Munger's passed away, R.I.P. But he's been, they've been selling some of their Chinese stocks, right? Like I think the energy company Berkshire Hathaway Energy had a huge position in BYD. They're basically out of that position now. Now it had a huge run up, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is sort of like he is more concerned about China than maybe Munger was.
So on Intel, right? I mean, I don't see him buying Intel, period. But where it would be interesting is if the CPU business is spun off and the foundry is sold to TSM as Trump wants to do, the CPU business is a huge cash generator. That might be something of at least worth kicking the tires for a firm like Berkshire, but not the whole company.
Yeah, I mean, if he was going to buy something in that sector, I could see him buying a big, like a 5% position in Texas Instrument, right? Very mundane, but very predictable, and just an excellent capital allocation at that firm.
Monative, just piggybacking on that, there was an article about how the Intel CEO and the chairman essentially being on two different sides of whether to sell parts of it or to raise capital. So would this kind of support that? Maybe they are trying to spin it off?
Look, it's not so much that there was a disagreement. I think the problem is when to spin it off. If you spin it off before the business is stable and you have big paying customers lined up, then you're not even going to collect what you put into it. Now, if they get the 18A sorted and they have their test customers actually committing to production, it's a whole different story. The valuation dramatically moves up. Then they can move a larger debt load to that and spin it off as a separate company and make it viable.
Okay,
Now it's purely depending on Intel's own CPU manufacturing to have any cash flow. It's only internal cash moves that are keeping it afloat.
Okay, one more question for me, guys, and thank you for letting me up. Do we get to know today, when does this get disclosed, which one Buffett is buying?
That's the theory, because they have to publish their 13F, right? So, and generally speaking, he has 90 days of sort of confidentiality, but then it expires. So we'll see.
All right. Good discussion, guys. Good discussion. Let me see here now. Back to market. Apple.
Now, amen. He could just buy POWL and be done. The 5 billion would.
You're right.
Can you imagine if he buys Strategy? I think I would lose my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that he's gone senile and it's time to, change the password on the Berkshire Hathaway E-Trade account.
Yeah, I think the entire market would be shocked. Yeah, looks like Google is ready right here. Morningstar reversal on its 15-minute on GOOGL. Starting to push.
Funny thing is, it's still the cheapest Mag 7 by a wide margin.
Yeah, I just don't understand why this thing moves like this.
Bill, is it actually Buffett doing it, or is it Todd and the other guy that are basically taking over? And if that's the case, does it change what they're buying?
Given the size, if it's true that it's 5 billion, that might be too much concentration in the amount that they've been given to work with in the total capital. So it would feel like a Buffett position.
It could very well be his swan song deal, right? He said he's retiring at the end of the year, so
yeah. So maybe you're right. I mean, unless he's given them more capital to kind of deploy.
And if that's the case, what do they buy? They're more techies, right?
I mean, they're kind of idiosyncratic. Todd is more of a financial guy, so he tends to buy a lot of financials. Like he's the guy that bought that Brazilian IPO or whatever it was.
New, and you.
Yeah. So he gets into that kind of stuff. The other guy is more of an industrial guy because he came from W.R. Grace. I think that was kind of where he was, and then hung his own shingle for a while.
Is it Todd and
so who knows?
Ted?
Yeah, that's Ted.
Yeah, gotcha. Wells Fargo, Bill, could that go?
Again, I mean, he's owned Wells Fargo in the past. He had a
Correct.
huge position in Wells Fargo, but again, the cost basis has changed the most in the industrial stack, not in the financial stack. So,
guys, could it be GE Vernova?
it has run up so much. I doubt he's going to chase it here. It's just so expensive.
Maybe he bought it May 15th and he's disclosing it now.
No,
sorry, what was that?
For sure.
I'm sorry?
What was the stock?
GE Vernova, the nuclear power industrial.
And how big is that in market cap?
170.
Oh, that's
170 billion?
Yes, 170 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know it, but
I think it was about 100 billion 3 months back.
I mean, not at the current valuation. I don't see it.
Sure.
It's just insanely expensive.
Yeah.
again, I mean, he tends to buy no more than 10 times free cash flow, right? So I don't know what the free cash flow is like versus market cap.
This is 100 times price to cash flow.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Oh,
Then I
no.
doubt it.
Okay. Thanks.
Then it's definitely not HIMS because I think it's trading at like a negative 100 times cash flow. Sorry. Amen. Way to go.
Could also be an industrial in Europe because they're having a moment with all their spending going up for defense, and there's a lot of industrial complex to build that out.
Yeah, the only issue with that Monative is it would the 13Fs apply to U.S. SEC U.S. companies typically, or sometimes foreign ADRs that fall on the SEC list. Usually the European companies he doesn't have to disclose on this 13F at all. Yeah, so like the three classifications, I'm just looking it up. The three classifications that he has for his equities is banks, insurance, and finance. That cost basis is basically flat in the last 6 months. Actually down, sorry. He's been selling B of A, so it's down. It's down $1 billion. So it's probably not there. It's not a bank, insurance, or financial company. Consumer products, that's like Kraft or whatever. That's only up marginally, 800 million in 6 months. The big one that's up like almost 4.8 billion is commercial, industrial, and other. So that's the category that probably it falls into. And I'm just looking at the difference in cost basis of his stocks between December 31st, 2024 year end and the last report, which was June 30, 2025.
And you said just because he already has Deere, you don't think it would be Caterpillar?
I mean, there's nothing that precludes him to he's owned multiple banks, so why wouldn't he own multiple, farm equipment manufacturers? If he likes Caterpillar, he would buy it. I don't think there would be any restriction. It's not like he's trying to merge them or anything.
Yeah, okay.
He loves Cat. He's talked very favorably about Caterpillar.
Frankie, are you there?
I'm here.
I got all out. It actually took me out.
Yeah.
Of my
Yeah.
SPX.
So like when I covered the futures were at like they were like NQ was like 60 points lower. So like there was a lot of back and forth. Like, that's why I cover on those momentum spikes.
Yeah.
And then keep runners.
Yeah, I'm all. I thought I kept the runner, but they took me out at a good price, so I got out.
Great.
Where do you see it? You just see it chopping here, or do we break yesterday's lows? Is possible? I don't.
Chop.
Okay.
Maybe like if you look at the 5, like an NQ, it looks like it could be setting up for if it breaks 386, 23.865. We could have a flush to lows and maybe lower, like a little 5-minute head and shoulder. But I think it's shop all day. Okay. I think it's shop today, and tomorrow you head to the beach at 11 o'clock.
So I'm sorry. The PPI numbers, Bill and Frank, that is basically and PPI leads CPI, by 3 or 4 months, Bill.
It's also very volatile, much more volatile than CPI.
Okay, so you're still saying no big deal? Because I'm.
Well, I mean, like I'll give you an example. Like lumber is up 7% in this PPI, but then call up lumber right now, and lumber prices since the beginning of August have tumbled 10%.
Yeah, back to
literally, the housing market is frozen. Still, it's been frozen for the last 2 3
Yeah, no. But my bigger point is just these are volatile, right? And if you look at where the PPI spiked, it was in energy and it was in services. It really,
yeah. And what was it?
I mean, those portfolio managers, they were up 13.3% month over month. That's all. That's probably all these crypto companies.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not denying. Like, it's not a great report. There's nothing here to be happy about. But I'm just saying, like,
wasn't the services?
Let some air out of it and let's wait and see.
Bill, wasn't the services attached to tariffs? All the tariff industry, the services are going up. So, like, so far these companies are eating it. But how long are they going to do that before they pass it on the consumer, which is inflationary?
Yeah, or deflate. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean,
no, it's first. We've had this argument. It's first inflationary. They raise prices, but due to higher prices, that becomes deflationary. Correct or no?
Yeah, no, I agree, but I also don't think we've seen the full effect yet, right? They keep kicking the can down the road on several of them. I think the average tariff has gone up, but it's not up as big as people think it is.
We got Richard down there laughing at me as usual. You son of a...
Yeah, I mean, look at the 10-year kind of. It's getting a little sneaky here. From 830, it's up from 4.2 to 4.3. So it's up 1.44% today. But like that's a little sneaky. Like it's starting to like. I think it takes a day to digest that number and for people to like wrap their head around their next thought and what they're going to say. And analysts aren't going to say anything this week because, this is the doldrums of August. And like Amy had said, I listened to him, Q's, it's going to be like 580. It's kind of stuck there. So I think you buy the dips, sell the rips. But
yeah, and gold is down, so I don't know what that tells you.
But it's also tomorrow. I'd be cautious about getting short the market on a low volume summer afternoon. Don't short a dull market because they will rip your head off out of nowhere.
Does it work the other way sometimes too, though, Frank? If it's a dull market,
Not really. It does, but not really. Most of the time, it works where it screws you pretty badly. And this is the time of year where good traders get sideways into the fall because the market is, if you notice, like there's a lot of individual stocks getting creamed and they're bouncing, off their huge, like down 30% and then they bounce 10. Well, momentum traders, that's not their game, so those that can adjust and are buying those dips and selling the rallies are making money. But I think that this kind of like up and down, bouncing moment can get some traders sideways. That's why continuing to take profits is really important. Because we've gone nowhere in the last week, really nowhere.
I know exactly what you're saying because I've been fucktangular of the market ever since fucking Lockheed Martin report.
Right.
Yep.
Bill, did you hear Navarro and the pharma tariffs? They're going to go after generics.
Yeah, there's a few countries that kind of specialize generics. So those will get.
To Monadive's point, India is big on that, and they're going.
Canada is too.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of really big firms here in Canada, in Montreal and Toronto, that specialize in generic. The funniest part of this is, though, like a lot of these pharma companies have put their IP domiciled like in Ireland or Singapore or some of these very low tax jurisdictions. Now they're getting, you know, so part of the issue is just tax policy if they want to really fix this.
Well, we've had this discussion.
So they charge the U.S. You know, this is American pharma companies, right, that are charging the American subsidiary these very high prices so they can trap the profits in Ireland or Singapore, where they get taxed almost to nothing, right?
So I put out a post when I heard that they were going to go after big pharma and do the favored nation status for America, which basically gives them a lower rate to buy. You know, Trump wants to be comparable to like Europe and everywhere else. But what I said is what's going to happen is the rest of the world prices are going to rise. And just to this morning, Lilly's raising their prices. Eli Lilly in Europe. So they have to get it somewhere, right? So it's just pharma's not going to lose money on this. I don't think. So we'll see what happens.
Yo, look at this Estee Lauder chart. EL. Told you guys this a while ago. Look at this H that's playing out on Estee Lauder 10-minute chart right now.
We have.
It's like Tammy Faye Baker's makeup's melting off.
We have Mr. Estee Lauder in the
Yep.
chat. In the Frank used to control that stock, if I'm not mistaken, Frank.
Yeah, I actually, interviewed. I brought them public, and I was behind. I was a little bit behind the A and the B stock because I was running Berkshire Hathaway at the time, and I realized, and they wanted to keep control of the company. So A controls the company.
Wait. You were also running Berkshire's stock?
Berkshire Hathaway was also one of our firm stocks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah, I've had breakfast with him like 10 times.
Intel, INTC, Evening Star reversal on the 15-minute chart.
Where I barely said a word the whole time. Just listened.
Gold futures threatening to break down.
Bill, are you jealous that he had?
Yeah, I mean,
there they go.
Frank, you know that he auctions like lunches, right, at a steakhouse.
Did enter IWM 227 high risk 0DT call. IWM 227 call. Super high risk. Super high risk. Zero DT 227 IWM call. Super high risk, guys. Our GDX puts are still printing. Cisco taking another leg lower. Come on, let's see if we can catch in a little bit of a bounce trade, back testing that hourly chart. 20 moving average, things are still looking nasty, so it's risky. It's super risky. We're knifing through the 10-minute EMA like a hot knife through butter. Size down. GDX puts, guys, are printing. XOM still holding steady. QQQ coming in though. Wow, look at the free fall. Ethereum coming in hot. GDX coming in hot. You can get a better entry than me on these IWMs, but just keep your size down. Looking for a quick dead cap bounce and spike. We'll see if we get it. The moves are polarized on both ends. GDX puts are almost in the money. Come on, here comes the spike. As soon as we get it pumped back to 227, I'm looking to trim. Come on. Alright guys, GDX puts are coming in the money. This is the only reason I'm playing the IWM long is because we're printing on GDX. We crush on the put side, so there's a lot of profit to play here. Trying to roll some profits to a little bit of a dead cap trend. Alright, 5750 puts are in the money for GDX, guys. GDX puts printing. GDX puts printing in the money. I just took a first trim on GDX, guys. I trimmed half at 41 cents. GDX puts printed, guys, from 28 cents to 40 cents. Look at that move down on GDX, guys. Beautiful. Nice little attempt at a bounce on the Russell, trying. Again, we flip to the call side on the Russell. 227, 0 DTEs, guys. Still pushing GDX. Look at that classic head and shoulders, guys. That is clinical. That is absolutely clinical. Qs are trying to bounce. Cisco, still riding those $68 puts on Cisco. It's been kind of dripping all day. IWM's now trying to firm up, guys. Come on, IWM. Take us back to 227, and I will look to trim and move stops to break even. Come on, IWM. Punch it, punch it, punch it. All right, so we're scalping here, a trend reversal in the Russell 2000, guys. I'm long 227, 0 DTE calls on the Russell 2000. As soon as we get to 227, we take profit and move stops to break even. GDX, I trimmed about 50% for 50% gain. Still riding XOM long. Come on, Russell. Punch it. Punch it higher. But the Russell is absolutely knifed through its gap fill, going negative on the tape. That is crazy. But I'm all out of my puts on the Russell, banking. I was making our money back. I knew we would bounce back from that trade. Filthy, filthy move. Ethereum's still looking heavy. Qs are bouncing nicely. Oil's under a bit of pressure. Sorry, oil's still remaining firm. Come on, keep going, Russell. Nice little move back to 227. Come on. Let's look at the S&P 500 here. That's still trying to bounce. Cisco is still drilling to the downside here. XOM trying to catch a bit of an arbitrage play on oil. Oil is still your strongest commodity. Look at the puts. I mean the calls on IWM. They're starting to wake up. So we've executed quite a few different trades today. Quite a few different trades today. And we're landing ourselves in profit. Come on. XOM is looking like it wants to push, guys. XOM is severely depressed down here. Still trying to bounce off of that 20. We've sliced through the fib level. I think that's where we could push back to on the Russell. 382 fib there, but still seeing some sell side pressure on the IWM. XOM is starting to wake up here, guys. XOM is starting to wake up quite nicely. Let's push it. Let's go. Get these 107s in the money. Come on, XOM. Squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. So again, GDX 5750 puts are green. We took a trim, looking for that head and shoulders now to play out. The head and shoulders has triggered on the 15-minute chart. 9 minutes left in the 15-minute candle for GDX. It could confirm it on the 15-minute chart, which would swing the probabilities drastically in favor. You've had the 2-year yield continuously pushing throughout the whole course of the session. Look at XOM printing here to the high side. Come on, break out of this little range, and XOM could explode all the way up to 107.50. That's where I could see this name going. GDX is still melting, guys. Those puts are still the gift that keeps on giving. And we took a nice full position on GDX. Nice little negative reversal. That's a nice trade. It's a beautiful trade. You have yields still absolutely ripping today. Look at the 10-year. Look at the 2-year. Still flying to the upside here. The Dixie, what is the Dixie doing? Still flying to the upside, guys. All right, we're staging a little bit of a bounce. Come on, get these 227s in the money. I want XOM 107s in the money. Come on. Here we go. We're getting some positive price. Get ready to trim some profits and move stops to break even on the Russell. Look at XOM, guys, flying 10 cents away from being in the money. Come on, 20 cents away from the IWM hitting 227. Contracts are starting to wake up. Come on. We're doing some bottom fishing here. Looking for a dead cat bounce reversal. That's all we're looking for. Is a bit of a dead cat bounce reversal on the Russell. It could be an explosive move. This is your first major pullback off of a bull market breakout trend. I repeat, it's your first major reversal. Trump is set to speak at 1 o'clock as well, so we could see a massive surge back to the high side. Even with rates firming up and pushing today, you still are stuck in a bearish range on the yield market. You still have expectations for the market Fed to cut. So we'll see what happens here. Thinking about entering 230 calls for a couple weeks out on the Russell. Just want to see how we establish ourselves. But they could try to pump the market into Trump. They could try to pump this market into Trump, guys. IWM right back down. Come on, hold steady, Russell. Hold steady. Still seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. No bounce yet on the hourly chart. You go from the extremes, a huge rally to a big bear rally. Bulls and bears flipping to the extreme. IWM coming lower. Come on, XOM. Ethereum still trending a little bit lower here. Looking pretty filthy for Ethereum. Still the Russell super weak. Getting sold into here. Dixie's trying to take a little bit of a breather here. Same thing with yields. Oil still staying strong. Nat gas is firm. XOM going through a bit of near-term distribution. Qs are still seeing a little bit of sell side, but trying to hold that prior day low on the QQQ. Ethereum now down 4.28%. HIM's down 5.3%. Carvana down 1.5%. It is a bloodbath on Wall Street today, minus a handful of stocks. Still have all indices negative. Qs are barely down now. Cisco trying to lose 69 bucks. Ethereum getting heavy, guys, testing 4,500 on ETH. Oil new high. IWM going for another low. Trying to lose this key moving average on the Russell. Cisco going lower. Ethereum still looking heavy. IWM new lows. We are melting even lower here. Everything getting heavy. Crude oil going for another high of day. Surprisingly, XOM is not benefiting just yet. Dumping this market ahead of Trump. XOM now seeing some downside. This market ahead of Trump. GDX Cisco still seeing some sell side. Epic free fall in the Russell, guys. Epic.
So that gentleman that has it. It has it thing before. They know a lot about it. Maybe older guy. No, no. It's not recession proof. Oh, what is that? Makeup? Makeup is what that's protection. That's protection. There's a way to don't like it. That's one of the 10 spots it's sitting there on the table right in front of you, ain't it? Yeah, oh, son of a bitch. Well, that gets in a message. I'm like, dude, I gotta get
Will we get a big bounce in the IWM? This is the first major pullback. I think that there's a strong chance that that could happen, Ram. I think they're dumping this market here into Trump, all to make him look good and pump it up. So Trump speaks today and he speaks tomorrow with Putin. But Trump meeting comes at what, 1 p.m. today he's speaking? This is why I'm trying to bottom tick some names here. Again, we pulled profits on GDX short. Those puts win in the money. We pulled all of our IWMs short off the table. I'm now flipping long into a high risk name. I still think XOM can firm up, but oil's coming in. Cisco still trying to hold. What if this is now forming an inverse head and shoulders on the IWM? A big pump up. What if we try to form this type of a pattern? What if this is a V-shaped bounce that's starting to potentially want to form here? That would set up the Russell for its next big push into that upper boundary target. It's a big what if, but we'll see. That'd be nice. A V-shaped bounce, drop, and then another bounce. Even a high-risk IWM 228 call is kind of appealing to me. XOM getting dumped on here. Crude oil still staying strong. XOM has these large fake outs. I'm going to do a lotto, guys, as well.
like this directly. It was 12,000 further next week, 68 points.
against an open resistance of 42. Here.
I think that H finally played out fully on Estee Lauder. EL. Sure if any profits here if you took a short on that.
I think IWM still gonna continue to drill.
Gold futures style supported S2.
Seeing XOM lose its momentum.
Gold futures, the Eastern contract now supported 33.77. Yeah, gold miners is something I still have an eye on, or eye out for. The 10-year has been just steadily tracking up like all day. Anybody else disagree with that too about IWM? My bad. If that five up or down, 3%
today. It's getting smacked. Circle spinning. Hide and seek.
Really mad I didn't push the IWM yesterday. Really mad at myself.
Why? Because it was there. It was a
Went above my level that I was like. I usually start shorting before it hits my level. I was going to start shorting it when it was above my level, and I've gotten squeezed. Shorts have been hard for me recently. I've gotten squeezed on Apple. I got squeezed on Palantir a bit, so I was like, let me try to predict like the squeeze on IWM and then short that, and I didn't get it.
Question, Amen. Baba, where do you see that?
Pre-market low on Russell's 227.48. Interesting.
1.5. Okay, how am I not gonna like it now? 1.5? 1.5?
I thought that was the kid Esteem.
Nah, wasn't me. Wasn't me, bro.
I looked at the phone. I looked. I looked at the phone right away. I was like,
125 to 130. I think it should go to 130.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 125. Yeah, I'll take 125 tomorrow.
So again, we did take some lottos, guys. IWM upside calls in anticipation of a Trump bounce. 1 p.m. Trump speaking. We'll see if they want to pump it. We're in 228 lotto calls. Very small position. We're also riding 227 zeros for the Russell. So let's see what happens. It's a risky business trade. But this is your first pullback out of a bullish breakout. Often first pullbacks do get gobbled up. We'll see if it shapes up this way. XOM still trying to push higher. Ethereum still down 4.5%. SPY's catching a nice bid here. QQQ still trying to act pretty well. So again, we've been short pretty much all day. Still have some few running short positions. Cisco next week, GDX tomorrow, trim GDX, but now we're flipped long, guys. We are flipped long for the intraday session in anticipation of a dead cat Trump bounce. Let's see what we can get here. Come on, Russell, get your big butt up there. We have fulfilled our downside targets on the put side. Let's pump it. Let's pump it. Qs could go back to the highs of the session. You still have strength in Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, and Tesla have been weak. Healthcare stocks are certainly helping. Dixie still up 0.5%, trending at the highs, but a little bit stretched here. Here we go. Here comes a bit of a bounce. See what type of a retrace they can do here. Big bounce in the S&P 500. Let's see if they can squeeze stocks now. Still looking for XOM to make a big squeeze. SPY's bouncing off of prior day low. Very strong bounce for the S&P. IWM is still weak. Still super weak. Squeeze that Russell. Squeeze that Russell. Squeezing XOM. ETH catching a big. S&P Qs look like they want to maybe go back to the highs of the session. Here we go. XOM starting to wake up. Qs are coming back to point of control. IWM POC is all the way up here at 228.40. It's a big level. Let's see what this bull market is made of. We are still in a raging bull market despite today's sell-off in small caps. QQQ looking to go green again. Here that forms a bit of a potential lower high, but then could shape up for this inverse head and shoulders. I foreshadowed this little pattern here. It's very aggressive, but it could happen. All right, they're still pumping and squeezing. QQQ about to go green. Qs are about to go green, guys. So we're writing 227 calls and 228 lottos. Both are 0 DTE. Members, I also issued a swing trade alert. So definitely check that out. QQQ trying to go positive. It's retesting its point of control. XOM trying to wake up here to the high side. Come on, pump it up for Trump. Trump pump. Wave that magic wand. You know, even if they took the IWM back to point of control, it'd still be down about 1.24%. But they're trying to wave that magic wand, so to speak. Let's see how much liquidity they can pump back into small caps. QQQ just briefly turned green there. The Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move higher. Some minor selling.
The ticker mags up 0.5% on the day. RSP looking like it's finding support. VIX and VVIX both look like they're about to take the Nestea plunge. Both looking super bearish at the moment. You got SPY and Qs, both looking like they're trying to make a push. Also, I grabbed SPY 645 zeros right before I even spoke on this. Meta looked like it's right up at resistance continuum. Look like wants to continue higher. Looks like IWM is trying to find support. Tesla has been hanging out of support for the last 2 hours. Ticker Unity cleared 38. Look like it's ready to trend higher. Apple looks like it wants to continue to trend higher. Coin looks like it found support, wants to trend higher. Amazon and Google both look bullish and want to continue trending higher, as well as the Dow and Broadcom, Nvidia and Intel. Microsoft look like it's trying to shape up, and AMD looks like it's trying to curl around, create a J-Lo bottom.
Yeah, boy, that J-Lo bottom. Let's go. Shake that booty.
All right, we do have biotechs look like they're trying to turn green here, guys. Nice little higher low on biotechs. So that's going to help the IWM. Regional banks looking strong. Off of the lows, another little higher low. S&P 500 still trying to shake and move to the upside here, guys. QQQ is definitely leading the song and dance, though. Take a look at the Qs, trying to recapture its point of control. IWM calls are printing on both ends so far. It's early though. It's very early. There is some resistance I hear at 227.05. XOM making a move here. XOM really trying to make a move.
Hood looks productive. Duolingo looks like it's about to hop in super bull mode. Duolingo cleared 332, ticker DUOL, cleared 332 and look like it wants to push here. Looking at the chronic stocks, the weed stocks rather, I call it chronic where I'm coming from. The weed stocks. CGC look like it's found its footing. It'll look like it wants to try to push and go test that swing high. SNDL looks like it's found a pretty good base intraday and looks like it wants to push. American Airlines and Alaska, after having that sell down, looks like they're finding support. My contracts on both of those are still pretty green, so you know. Just looking across the board, Target, TGT, looks like it found support and could possibly be trending higher. CC, hey man, you still holding CC, the chemical company? That looks like it's ready to continue higher. Look like wants to go test 15 again. That looks pretty
That's just going to
good.
be a longer term hold for me.
Sentinel 1, ticker S.
Nice push in the Russell, guys. Come on, 227s are waking up. XOM trying to wake up. Qs are really ripping here. Big pump coming. Short covering rally. Trump in 1 minute. Come on, get our 227s in the money for the Russell. QQQ above point of control. That's a positive sign for the whole market. Don't stop the pump. Don't stop the pump. Got more in you, don't you? Two 27 calls are in the money. 227 zeros are in the money, guys. I'm not trimming. I'm looking for a big squeeze here. Shaping up for a big squeeze in the indices. Nice bullish reversal back up on the Qs. Qs are now hitting green price action. S&P looking like it wants to maybe go green. XOM still trying to trend. Tesla still struggling just a touch. Yields are kind of looking a little bit toppy intraday. Dixie's looking a little bit toppy here as well intraday. So that could support higher price. XOM still trying to make a move here, guys. Qs are seeing a little bit of top wicks. Minor top wicks. Again, biotechs look like they're forming an inverse head and shoulders itself. Biotechs look very strong here, guys. Could arguably say it's trying to break out here. But I could see biotechs trying to go green. And that's a big weighting in the IWM. S&P 500 trying to go green right back to that top of that channel. QQQ still holding above that point of control. A very weird looking inverse head and shoulders on the Qs. If you break out of this inverse on the QQQ, you got another 0.7% move. Look at that. We have an upside target on the Qs 585, guys. Imagine they try to hit that. Imagine they try to hit that. They could. They certainly could. XOM, guys, starting to ripper here. XOM, 107 calls look juicy. Come on. Come on, XOM. Dixie starting to soften, which does help price indices in the... Still up about 10 cents per share on these IWMs. Sorry, 10 cents per con, not a share. 227 calls are in the money, guys. So we're up over 25%, looking for more though. Come on, give us more, Russell. Give us a little bit more. Coin still down 4.5%. Still down 4.3. Cisco still down 1.5, curling slightly down. We're up almost 30, up over 30% on the 227 0 DTEs, guys, for IWM. Almost up 100% on the 228 lottos. Let's keep squeezing it. XOM just broke out of its range, guys. Our 107 calls are exploding. So beautiful little price action coming into play here. This is amazing. XOM's exploding, IWM's pushing, QQQ trying to push. Qs are holding above its point of control. SPY is still slightly negative, but trying to firm up. Again, I'm up 100% on the 228 lottos, but looking for more. Look at the squeeze coming into the Russell, guys. 227 calls are printing. Two 227s are ripping. 228s are ripping. Here we go. No trim yet, guys. I'm still riding this. I think we can get a push back to our OR low and try to test this neckline. Look at this squeeze. Come on, baby. Squeeze this Russell. 227 calls on the IWM are printing. Over 50% on the 227 zeros. We're up 110% on the 228 lottos. Come on, get these 228s in the money. They will explode if we get a nice punch here. Still waiting on XOM. QQQ still trying to trend here. Russell's still acting quite well. IWM is still trying to squeeze, guys. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, big boy. Keep going. There's a little bit of resistance at this TP target. You're hitting a previous Fibonacci retrace zone. But give us more. Come on, Trump. Pump us up. Time to pump us up. Qs are still acting quite well. S&P still looking to try to go positive. Still slightly negative on the S&P. IWM still down 1.76%. Qs are still trying to squeeze here, guys. Qs are still squeezing. XOM taking a bit of a breather. No trim yet. Seeing if we can get a really epic monster bounce. This is the first pullback we've had in this bullish breakout. Usually the first pullback off of bullish breakouts are remarkably strong. They sometimes even want to push us to new highs. Keep squeezing it. Keep squeezing it. A little bit of resistance here on the Russell. Coming into a 15-minute wide range red bar breakdown candle. Doesn't mean we can't get through it though. This looks like a powerful potential V-shaped bounce, maybe creating that inverse head and shoulders. That would be the max pain for market makers. It would trigger the bulls to try to chase this inverse head and shoulders. So it leaves a lot of long liquidity trying to pile in. And then if they want to snake people and rip it back down after we hit this neckline, kind of creates both the bullish and bearish pattern, right? But IWM's still trying to push. Here we go, guys. Everyone should have been able to catch these 227 and 228 calls. We are starting to squeeze a little bit. Volume is thinner, so therefore it does support higher price. Come on, keep going. So keep going. If you can get these 228s in the money, that would be a blessing. That would be a blessing. Dixie's still softening just a touch here, guys. Crude oil starting to soften just a touch here. Those factors are all supportive of higher price. Crude and Dixie softening supports higher price. The DXY starting to come in pretty hard. Coming in pretty hard. Keep pumping these IWM calls. Taking, but we're still seeing accumulation going on here on the Russell. So this is where we could start to squeeze. You got a bullish cross of your 7 and 20 on your intraday small time frame. So they're trying to shape up this market. Come on. A little bit more, Russell. Keep going. Give us that neckline. Give us that neckline retest. Crude oil back to 62.77. Small pullback there. Dollar still trying to pull back a touch. UVXY breaking its opening range low on the VIX UVXY, so that's slightly bearish for the VIX. Cisco curling down, IWM trying to push yet again. Qs are coming into that value area high. We've breached it a couple times here. Let's see if it wants to get above this zone. A little bit more profit taking, hitting the tape. Minor. Push in the equity markets. IWM starting to squeeze a little bit more. Your Dixie is still seeing a little bit of sell side. Our 228 calls are ripping, guys. I'm up 130% on these 228 calls. 227, almost up 75%. Come on, keep squeezing, Russell. Keep squeezing. A lot of people are going to short the Russell after this down move, trying to go with the trend. But we'll see if it can squeeze again. XBI still looking very strong. Regional banks giving us that higher low. XRT giving us a higher low. So the trend is still bullish in the Russell, even with this major pullback. Believe it or not. QQQ. Seeing a little bit of top wicks, but holding above its POC. Acting quite well. Sorry, Ram, you have a question there, Ram? There are people who only trade options in the 0DT? Is there a question in there? Ethereum curling back down. Russell still holding 227.20. There's a value in 227.05 that I see. See a squeeze higher. Come on. XOM still hasn't hit 107 just yet, but I think it's due. Does look like the Qs want to try for another high of day sweep. A little bit more selling coming into the Qs. We can get these 228 0DTs in the money. It would be a bigger trade than BMNR. So we got the 227s in the money. I haven't trimmed yet. I'm looking for this V-shaped inverse head and shoulders to form. And it's trying. It's certainly trying. That's for sure. Again, my average on the 228 calls is at 6 cents. On the IWM, right now we're trading at 14 cents. My average on the 227 zeros is 36 cents, and we're trading around 60 cents here. So we're still in the driver's seat for both trades. We're still riding XOM 107 calls. Still have put options on Cisco. We've taken massive put options off of the IWM today. Huge profits. We took put options off of BMNR today. We trimmed our GDX puts for 50%. Still holding some runners on that trade, but that is pretty much risk-free at this point. And now we've flipped to the long side of the market, guys. Looking for this dead cat bounce. We'll see what we can get. IWM is running into a little bit of selling, but this is actually very constructive. This minor pullback sets us up for a potential explosive move higher. Come on, give it to us, Russell. Give it to us. And the one thing I'm seeing in the Russell, guys, is what leads the Russell is XBI and KRE. They've both printed higher lows. That's very bullish. The fact that even with the sell-off that occurred today, you never took out the lows on regional banks and biotechs, its two largest holdings. That's a very, very strong sign for the IWM. It's telling me that this little bit of a rally and breakout can continue. All right, QQQ still trying to press a little bit, still above its POC. Our XOM calls are still doing quite well, looking like they're going to try to push higher here. Come on. Cisco's still curling down. Give us a nice breakout here, IWM. Come on, IWM, keep going. Contracts are exploding here, guys. IWM squeezing, guys. We're up 100% on the 227s. We're up almost 200%. We're up 200% on the 228s, guys. We're up 200% on the 228 calls. Squeeze it, Russell. Squeeze it. Come on, IWM. Squeeze it. Here we go, guys. IWMs are printing. Boom. These last 2 days, gotten back everything just with these two monster trades. Look at the 228 calls exploding. Up over 210%, 220%. Let's go. IWM 227s are up over 115. Let's go. Come on. Come on, let's get these 228s in the money. Oh my goodness. Keep going, Russell. Keep going. IWM is beasting here. V-shaped recovery, say what? XOM still trying to push. We are flying here, guys. Flying. It's got more in it, too. Looks like it has more in it. Dixie's still softening a little bit. Thank you, Sarfers. I hope you banked that with us. Called that out at the lows down here. We are banking on both the 27s and the 28s. Appreciate that, Sarfres. Big squeeze. Come on, big squeeze coming in. Big squeeze. Come on. Take our 228s in the money. Come on. Prior day low sits at 227.83. 227s are printing. 228s are printing even more. Come on. A little bit more, IWM. A little bit more. A little bit of resistance, but come on. You got more. Qs are looking like they're just starting to get going. XOM also trying to get going here, guys. XOM should take us in the money here. IWM contracts, come on, they should punch it through. They should give us a quick punch through here. We're looking pretty filthy here. This is a nice V-shaped bounce. It should have some more left in the tank. Look at XOM starting to squeeze now. Come on, give us more, Russell. Give us more. XOM still trying here. Come on, nice 3-bar surge. Punch it. Where's the explosive? Show me the explosive impulse candle. I want to see it. I want to see it. XOM starting to get going, guys. 107 calls are printing now. They are waking up to the high side. We got bullish trades. We're rocking and rolling here. Come on. Keep going, Russell. Keep going. You got a little bit more left in the tank. We know you do. Russell could be setting up on the 30-minute chart a nice 3-bar surge on the 30-minute chart. It's kind of what I'm seeing here. The next 29 minutes could still be a big upside move. A little bit of backing and filling for a few minutes wouldn't hurt. But I still think we have a little bit more upside in this Russell 2000. I have not trimmed yet. I have not trimmed yet. Dixie's trying to stabilize. Crude oil trying to also stabilize here. Come on, IWM. Crude, XOM, pushing, guys. A little bit of moving average resistance. XOM is squeezing. 107 calls are starting to print, guys. They're about to get in the money. XOM could be a big mover into the end of the day. I'm talking about a move into the 107.40 area. It's just what I'm seeing is XOM could be a huge squeezer into the end of the day. There's a bit of an arb play. Crude oil, one of the strongest commodities on the session, and XOM is negative. Like, what is up with that? That's an arbitrage opportunity in the market. They've kept it manipulated heavy on the downside, all for a big explosive move. That's how XOM moves. Has these wild intraday. Look at it squeezing. 107 calls are in the money, baby. Let's go. Take us to the high side. IWM is printing as well, guys. But I'm looking for XOM target. Pretty much filling this gap. I want it to go back to the highs of the session. IWM is still squeezing. Take 228s in the money. I'd be a friggin' happy camper with that. Beautiful thing is our Cisco short is still curling down even though the markets are trying to push up. IWM starting to explode here, guys. Here we go. XOM, QQQ, still trying to press. No trim yet. I think we got more upside, guys. More upside. We're prior day low is at 227.83. It's just behind this OR low. So there is some resistance at that prior day. But that is a filthy reversal from the bottom that we are riding long. Come on, squeeze us up a little bit more. Give us this inverse head and shoulders. I would be super happy. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit of sell side pressure. Minor, though. Some minor. On XOM, keep squeezing. GDX, slight rejection on the neckline of GDX's head and shoulders pattern. I like to see that. Come on, Russell. Give us more. XOM still pushing. Crude oil, big spike in crude oil. Back to the high side of crude. A little bit of selling hitting the IWM, but I think we should go higher. Come on, XOM. Don't give up the goods here. Give me that 30-minute 3-bar surge. IWM curling down a little bit here. Just a little bit. We'll see if the dip gets bought. XBI still looking to trend, guys. So biotechs are still looking like they're going to go green. So I don't think this IWM rally ends until we see the I go green. I think we're going to see this turn green and then maybe you get a little bit more resistance. S&P 500 still trying to press for another new high. QQQ, a little bit of selling in the Qs. Selling coming in XBI. Come on, it's got more than that. XBI, you got more. You got more, Russell.
Some explanations of strategies. I mean, I'm that basic questions about how different strategies work, and it was giving me just garbage.
Regional banks still holding steady here for the KRE. KRE is trying to break out of that opening range high. So that should. Look at the divergence. KRE is the heaviest weighting in the Russell. And KRE holding opening range high when IWM is below. So we'll see if the regionals can start to lift this IWM a little bit more now. XOM, some top wicks. QQQ obviously going through a bit of sell side pressure there right off of its value area high. But Qs are positive on the tape. SPY slightly negative. Are they going to turn SPY green? Looking like they're going to try. All right, small 5-minute pullback. That is healthy for the IWM. Come on, give us a little bit more. Can see QQQ coming in a little bit harder. But we're still looking okay. We are still looking okay. I still have not trimmed my 227s, nor have I trimmed my 228 calls. And members, you obviously know what we did at the bottom here for the IWM. Come on. It's a big push, Russell. Get your big butt up there again. GDX curling down. XOM. Still trying to see some price pressure on XOM. Trying to break out here. Biotech still holding steady. Regional banks are trying to make another push here on KRE. So that should help the Russell, guys. KRE making another push here. If we get some cooperation from retail, which it's trying, as well as biotechs, IWM should continue to push. See what those KREs are doing. A little bit of sell side. This is okay. This is healthy for another continuation. Qs are the one that's really starting to look a little bit heavier here, but still holding okay. Regionals are still pushing. XOM just testing that 107 level. A little bit of a pullback coming into the Russell now. Come on, hold it steady, Russell. Hold it steady. You see SPY also seeing a little bit of sell side liquidity. Back testing its channel. So remember, we broke out of the channel early in the morning, got rejected, created a higher low. Now we're back above this channel, back testing and trying to hold this channel. So this is a potential bullish retest of that area. We'll see if it wants to hold. Dixie quietly moving up though. Come on, S&P. Come on. QQQ still holding its point of control. Bouncing. Dixie's trying to push. Crude oil still strong. IWM coming in a little bit harder now. XOM still holding 107. Come, give us another punch higher here on the Russell. Another punch higher on the Russell. XOM, guys, still moving higher here. Still long XOM. looking for more upside. Still long the Russell, looking for more upside. XOM 107 call, now closing in the money here. Beautiful job if you're in that trade with us. Beautiful job. So the last two sessions were rough day trading here. We have basically made everything back and then some with the call outs that we've done today. So appreciate all the support, continued support. You go through these little bit of rough patches when you're trading, but ultimately you try to bounce back, and we're bouncing back ferociously strong here, guys. Epically strong. Look at XOM printing, guys. Printing to the upside. Squeezing on XOM. Let's get it. Like I said, this one could go all the way back to its opening range high or gap fill. That is a monster. Come on, Russell. Get your big butt up there again. Qs are still trying to hold steady. IWM still doing a little bit of backing and filling. Regional banks are seeing a little bit of selling. Biotech is still holding steady. Come on, IWM. Next wave higher on the Russell. Let's do it. And if this pattern now breaks out, we have a potential inverse head and shoulders on the Russell. If this is shaping up to be a micro right shoulder, I mean, we could see a huge move into the close here. We could see a big short covering rally to 229. If that were to happen, oh my gosh, that would catch a lot of people off sides, guys. Because that Russell chart could be staging a bit of a breakout. I'm just going to put crazy TP2. Look at XOM is starting to squeeze. QQQ, big bounce in the NASDAQ. Big bounce in the S&P. Ethereum trying to hold 45.40. Look at XOM squeezing, guys. Exploding higher here for energy stocks. How's Valero doing? Same sort of price movements in a lot of these energy names, guys. You just all aboard XLE and away it's gonna go. Jeepers. That is crazy. Alright, a little bit more sell side in IWM. Qs are still holding positive. S&P is still slightly negative. Come on, Russell. Give us a bounce. What would that be? That would be a 1.98% move. XOM, guys, contracts are exploding. XBI trying to make a little bit of a move here. Regional banks still trying to hold and firm up. QQQ still holding above POC.
You say what? You got one what?
IWM curling in a bit. Come on, give us that pump into the end of the day. Crude oil still moving. Dixie's still near the highs, but seeing a little bit of distribution.
Fuck is this thing?
Oh, you like that motherfucker?
Dude, what is this? Is this a Bitcoin? Is this a treasury co?
Oh shit! Hold on, hold on.
It's got to be a crypto play because it's a DeFi.
What are we talking about? My Twitter glitched out. I couldn't hear you guys for like a minute.
Yeah, it's a Solana play. Yeah, it's a Solana play, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
Solana?
that explains it. Yeah, it's a Solana treasury.
What's it called?
EFTV.
EFTV. Okay, I'll take a look.
Yeah, I don't know where YOLO is. I wanted to show his motherfucking ass.
Well, he said the only alt he's playing is Ethereum. He's not even playing Solana. Because when I was trying to play Solana earlier, he's like, I'm not touching that shit.
I'm not touching any crypto right now. Not even these treasuries.
I'm only doing it for scalps and flips. Like I'm not all my long-term
I am.
investments are remain. Yeah.
Soon as I get the buy signal, that's all I'm looking for, bro. That's all I'm looking for any of these crypto treasuries that are about to get bullish.
I am not a scalper.
Quite understandable. I'm just versatile.
So you can see the pre-market low that IWM was running into. A little bit of a sell-off. Now I think we can try to bust through that.
Look, bro, I just can't sit and watch them make all the goddamn money, bro. I just promise you I can't. I just refuse to. I'm nimble. I'm able to switch, to adjust, adapt, adjust, and overcome.
We were to replicate a similar move off of the low here from this back test. That could give us a TP of 228.61 into the close here on the Russell. Imagine we squeeze to there. 228.61. That would be a symmetrical move from this low to this high based off of this pullback. I mean, wow.
Yeah, no, I can dig that, bro. Just sharing.
Sometimes it just takes a whole lot of searching.
It takes a lot of brain power, bro. To be honest, if it's not your area, it takes a lot to just make it work, right?
Just like that, contracts are back to printing to the high side. And we're due for a little bit of a breakout, I think, an attempt at least on the Russell.
Well, yeah, so trading should be
That's how you want to be.
should be an autopilot. You shouldn't have to think about setups or execution.
XOM taking a bit of a breather. That's okay though.
You said fuck that. That's not
It's allowing the cues to
no sirree.
try to bounce back off of its point of control.
I mean, he'll be the first to short it though. I'll tell you that.
Carry, looking like it wants a new high of day. XBI, look at XBI, looking very strong again. Sat through a little bit of consolidation, hoping for a bigger reward.
Everybody turning to treasuries. Everybody getting prepared to, be able to do business once the world goes DeFi. But okay, you can say that, but you really can't because you don't know. Because sky's the limit, right? Crypto's supposed to go to the moon, right? Bitcoin's supposed to go to $1 billion. It's only at 100,000. It's 1/10 of the way.
IWM mini inverse head and shoulders triggering.
What is really frame rate? If you kind of look at it from that vein. This is what my son told me, so I'm sharing the shit.
That's fine. I could look at it. I could look at it, but what revenues Bitcoin generates a year, what revenues Ethereum generates a year. And if I can't fundamentally like wrap my head around it, it's not worth me trading.
Well, so here's what you can do. The more Kathy Woods opens up new type or to part Bitcoin investment, the more ways you have to play with her shit bucket of selections.
Send it. Send it, IWM. Send it. Still looking pretty firm there. Biotech guys are starting to squeeze XBI. Big push through on the Qs. Come on, IWM. Next move higher. Here we go. Still been holding through this volatility, guys. Still holding the 228s, 227 zeros on the Russell. Come on, get 228s in the money. Let them explode. Give us a new high. KRE curling up. Here we go. This might be the move, guys. The Russell might be ready. Mini inverse head and shoulders attempting a breakout of this flag pattern. Russell's starting to squeeze, guys. There it is. Come on. Break us out. High side breakout. Qs aren't really participating yet. That's okay. Qs are coming in. IWM KRE still holding steady. XOM still holding steady. KRE still trying to push the IWM higher. This is the heaviest weighting in the IWM. KRE and biotechs are your important. Biotech taking a breather, but KRE is the heavier of the two. And KRE is trying to squeeze here to the upside. They're doing something to banking stocks. Come on, KRE. Keep lifting this Russell. XBI seeing a little bit of selling. XRT, so retail, another important. Look at retail now making a higher high into its gap window. Qs Inspire a little bit heavy. SPY still negative. Qs are just slightly positive. IWM still down 1.61%. GDX curling down. Cisco curling down. XOM trying to push up. Come on, keep pushing XOM and Russell. Look at XOM establishing a consolidation range right over that 107 level. That is like a boss. Carry trying to push. That should help the Russell, guys. Come on, take 228. Give us 228. Qs are still looking heavy, trying to lose point of control on the QQQ. That's why we're seeing this market looking a little bit heavier. Qs are coming in. SPY. Also, actually, SPY's not too bad right now. I don't know what's selling off in the Qs. Probably, maybe Nvidia? Is Nvidia selling here? Not much there. Google? Google had a little bit of a dip there. Apple? Apple's firm still. Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft selling. That's what's hurting the Qs right now. Microsoft, Google, Amazon still punching to the high side here. XOM punching to the high side. Regional banks still looking firm. But IWM now coming in a little bit. Come on, Russell. Get your butt up there. QQQ again trying to retest that POC. AEO trying to make a move higher. XOM still punching higher, guys. XBI taking a bit of a breather here. Let's see if it holds its opening range. KRE still holding steady here at the highs. Qs are still softening a touch. Regional banks still looking a little bit heavier. Qs are still trying to come in a touch here. Qs are looking to backtest its opening range high, 579.88. Come on, Russell, break it. Break above. GDX trying to see some more downside. Dixie's trying to consolidate around 98 and press. Qs are still trying to hold around that point of control. IWM catching another little bid. XBI trying to firm up. So we've really got three upside targets on the Russell. One is this first TP. Second is your move of symmetry. If you measure this move, this low to this high, drop it from this lower consolidation pivot, you get 228.61. And then your crazy upside target would be if this is an inverse head and shoulders. So we'll see if the market wants to squeeze into the close. You're getting a little backing and filling profit taking. Qs are back to the negative side. Obviously the markets are in a bit of a downtrend today. But we'll see if they want to give it a little facelift. Regionals still look strong. Biotech still coming in, but testing its point of control. QQQ still looking heavy, coming into its opening range high. Dixie still near the highs. XOM calls are still green. Look at regionals trying to keep these this Russell firm here. Biotech still trying to hold. Qs are still trying to lose point of control on the 15-minute chart. Still trading above its opening range high. So it's technically still made a bullish recovery on the Qs. There's KRE trying to push a little bit higher. Qs are coming in a little bit more. So S&P and Qs are really weighing in on things right now. QQQ still seeing some sell side pressure, back testing its opening range high here. We'll see if it wants to hold. Biotech seeing a little bit of a bounce off of its POC. Dixie still at the highs. Crude oil still doing well. XOM still printing to the high side on XOM, guys. So XOM had a nice amount of consolidation. It looks poised for its next leg higher here. KRE pushing right back to the highs. That's helpful for the Russell. This is a nice amount of consolidation on the IWM here. It's a really healthy amount of consolidation. It could potentially want to push here. You got the bullish cross on the 10-minute chart, holding above, trying to flip some of the short-term moving averages. Come on, IWM. Keep going. Regional banks still doing well. XOM pushing 107.12. Contracts are printing. Qs are looking heavy though. Qs are coming in. Microsoft looking heavy. Microsoft still selling. Google selling hard. Apple trying to hold steady. Amazon still up 3.6. Tesla coming in. Nvidia is starting to come in. So your NASDAQ is now underperforming your S&P, guys. A little bit of profit taking potentially hitting your Qs. Maybe that'll flow into the Russell. Just like we saw yesterday. Regional banks still pushing. Gold still down 0.6%. Ethereum curling down. Regionals are still strong, guys. Regionals look like they're going to lift this IWM. The way regionals are trending right now, it does look like IWM is going to break out of this bull flag pattern. It's going to need some help though from XBI, which has gone through a nice little consolidation pullback. So XBI, whoops, has pulled back here back to its opening range high. Let's see if it can hold that area. Qs are still looking heavy here. My oh my. IWM trying to see some more selling. Regional banks just have an underlying bid in it. Hour and 45 minutes left. Come on, let's make a big push on the Russell. Push it to 228. Qs are just heavy. Qs are getting sold into, so you have now Nvidia almost negative. Tesla still negative. So SPY is now outperforming Qs. Qs are your weakest indice. Well, out of the S&P and the Qs. Tech is seeing some distribution now. Seeing a bit of rotation hitting your healthcare stocks. Come on, Russell. Don't do that to me. Don't break it down, IWM. Come on. QQQ just seeing heavy liquidation here. Heavy liquidation. Still think we're going to get a squeeze into the end of the day. They're doing a little bit of a shakeout, fake out here, burning some theta. I'm just going to manage my trades with break-even stop losses on the calls, but I still think IWM can make a push higher here. We just need to see it catch a bit of a bid. Biotech, unfortunately, coming in. XOM still doing well. Now you have regionals softening. That's a problem for the Russell. Wow, they're just dumping the Qs now. And they're dumping the Russell. So far. XOM still squeezing. Dixie still pushing. It's a pretty hard pullback. We'll see if we can get a buy the dip to come in and reverse it. Maybe that's the dip and then they reverse it. Come on. Hard sitting through option volatility. XOM, guys, still printing to the upside. I'm still holding 228s, 227 calls on the Russell zeros. IWM still looks... Sorry, XOM still looks good. XOM still could squeeze. But really your Qs have gone through a nasty little 20-minute sell-off here. That's kind of dampening the whole upside party. The Russell is looking like a V-shaped recovery, and it still could make another push here. But you've obviously seen some distribution take hold. Carry is still strong for the Russell. Still looks like it wants to move a bit higher today. XBI trying to hold its opening range. If it can bounce off of this opening range, you should try to make a push for prior day high. A little bit of a buy the dip trying to come in. Ethereum looks like it's going for a new low of day. So ETH is getting very heavy here, guys. ETH is getting heavy. Look at that. New lows coming for ETH. BTC. Looks like it's also going to make some new lows. SPY trying to catch a nice bid. Look at what SPY's bouncing off of, your previous little neckline. That's a positive zone for SPY. Regional banks trying to make another push. Come on, Russell, take us to 228. We sat through quite a bit of volatility here. Big punch through on the Russell, guys. We've sat through some volatility. Let's see if we can break this flag and squeeze here into the end of the day. Let's squeeze it. Still holding 228 calls, zeros. Still holding 227 calls, zeros. We're up on both. Still holding XOM 107 calls in the money. KRE starting to catch a really sizable bid here, squeezing on KRE. XBI, biotech can start to bounce here off of its opening range. This bull flag pattern should break out. Qs are still seeing a little bit of weakness. SPY trying to backtest and hold that previous little channel zone. Look at the punch through on IWM, guys. Bull flag breakout attempting a move here. Look at this measured move. That's a sizable flag pattern, guys, that's trying to break. That is a beasting. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it. We were super bearish yesterday on the Russell. After that 15-hourly candles, now we've turned back to the bullish side. Ethereum going for the lows, guys. ETH is going for the lows. Come on, hold it steady, Russell. Hold it steady. Punch it. XOM still trying to move. Regional banks seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. So KRE. Oops. XBI. XBI still trying to hold that opening range. I think XBI is going to have a major breakout over the next 2 weeks. XBI call options look really good, guys. XBI call options look really good. Here we go, guys. End of day squeeze, end of day pump. Let's get it. Let's freaking get it, guys. Come on, squeeze this IWM. Just fucking squeeze it. SPY IQ's still going through some heavy sell side pressure. Nvidia and Microsoft look like they may go negative on the tape. You're still seeing some distribution in the big boys. Tier knifing down. That looks like an M-top pattern that is triggered and about to play out, guys. Palantir looks filthy. Qs are still coming in. SPY's still trying to hold that, back testing that neckline. Come on, Russell. You know you want to squeeze here. Catch some of that liquidity. GDX 5750 puts back in the money. Ethereum catching a nice bounce. Microsoft Nvidia is still under pressure. Nvidia going back to the negative side. Briefly. IWM still looking a little bit more firmer than the Qs. It's trying to push up a little bit. Another potential bullish cross is trying to shape up on the IWM, but we're seeing the S&P and Qs really coming in. Natural gas still strong, crude oil still strong. XOM still trying to push for the highs. Dixie softening a little bit, that's helpful for the Russell. 2-year yield softening a little bit. That's helpful for the Russell. KRE pushing right back up here to the highs. That's positive for IWM. So right now it's just the S&P and Qs really seeing a little bit of distribution here, hitting the tape. QQQ is the weaker spot at the moment, weighing in on this market. Nvidia back to the negative side. Is the Russell holding up here? Is it going to squeeze into the close and catch some of this liquidity? Let's see what XBI is doing again. XBI is still holding that opening range. That's positive. XRT is trying to make a move. So all three of the main components of the Russell, or the three big components, are showing positivity despite the S&P and Qs softening up here a little bit. So the Russell's looking more constructive here, guys. Definitely is. Come on. Get your butt up there, Russell. XOM slowly coming in just a touch here. Come on, IWM. Give us another high breakout. Here we go. Volume's coming in. Nice little move on the Russell, guys. We've been patient with this one. Never trimmed my calls. We've been super patient. Come on, Russell. Get your butt up there. S&P is still heavy. Regional banks are okay though. XBI still trying to push here. Still seeing the IWM trading in a world of its own as the S&P and Qs go down. Like I said, all the components for the Russell are moving higher here. XBI, KRE, XRT. So we just need these indices to really firm up here, and the Russell is going to try that break. It's already trying. Come on, IWM. Punch it. Here we go. 228 calls. They're starting to wake up again. We hit a high of around 22 cents, from 6 cents to 22 cents on those IWM 228 calls. We should be able to get these 228s in the money, guys. We are starting to pump here. Let's take it to the high side. Prior day low is at 227.83. We are punching and moving. Let's go. Take us higher, baby. Come on. I want at least over 22 cents on these calls because that was the high print that we got really over and above this rally. So we should be able to squeeze more. This is looking like a nice little breakout of a 5-minute flag pattern. Up three upside targets. TP 228.27. Symmetrical move 228.64, 65ish. Crazy upside target is 229.27. That would be filthy if they squeezed us into that, into the end of the day. Come on. Mic check. There we go. Sorry about that. Here I am commentating by myself. I'm still holding, guys. 228s, 227 calls on the Russell. We are squeezing XBI, KRE, all looking very, very strong. We are approaching prior day low on the IWM, so there's a little bit of resistance here, but I do think that we can still bust through it. So I'm still holding, but we're retesting opening range low. Regarding CoreWeave, absolute truth. It did sweep the lows, but I was expecting a little bit more of a pierce of that zone. So if you're wanting to take trade on the long side, use a tight stop loss below that area. But I would have expected it to just sweep it a touch more. It's kind of a double bottom, but so far the double bottom is holding. And guys, look at our calls. They're flying on the IWM. We telegraphed this one from the long side. We are tapping prior day low right now on the IWM. 227.83 is prior day low. That is a big, big spot for the IWM. XOM is flying to the upside, guys. So XOM calls are printing. IWM calls are printing. Let's get 228s in the money. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. We're close to squeezing to 228. From 6 cents now, we got 21 cents on deck on the IWM 228 Lottos. We got 92 cents on the ask for the 227 calls. We are printing to the high side here, guys. Epic, epic moves. XOM still trying to squeeze. A little bit of resistance. KRE still at the highs, so no problem there. Come on. You got more in you, Russell. You got more in you. Especially if the S&P starts to firm up here. But you can see prior day low is a little bit of resistance. We consolidated a nice amount here. Give us more. Get these 228s in the money. Come on, we're close. We're 20 cents away from 228 calls in the money. XOM is squeezing to the upside here, guys. Wow, XOM is printing. Look at regional banks. They are still squeezing. A little bit of rejection there on the IWM, but I do think it'll get bought back up. The way that regionals are squeezing here, biotechs are taking a little bit of a breather right back up on IWM. Come on, keep pushing. Let's see a nice little short squeeze into power hour. Come on, IWM, keep pushing. Absolutely nailed the bottom on these call options, guys. Everyone should have been able to take that trade with us. It had ample consolidation opportunity. I mean, look at these regionals. Our freaking calls are just flying. XOM is just ripping here to the upside. That is a filthy, filthy move on XOM as well, guys. Regionals are still flying. 23 cents in the money. We're blasting through that prior day low. Come on, 228's in the money. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it. We have a down sloping trend line here. Pivot to pivot to pivot. So there is some resistance, but I think they're going to try to do a peekaboo. Come on, get 228's in the money. Give us more. Give us more. Give us a little move into the 228 handle. Come on, IWM, squeeze this. Money. I'm up about 240% on these 228 calls. Look at this move, guys. We are squeezing. 228s are coming up here fast and furious. Come on, give us a little bit more. Get these 228s officially in the money. XOM still squeezing. Look at that punch through, guys. Huge, huge move. 228 calls are in the money. Wow, what a monster, guys. All right, I'm all out, guys. I'm all out of my 227s and 228s. What a monster trade, guys. What a banger there. That was insane, guys. That was insane. I'm all out. But bang, bang. Thank you very much, guys. Epic little trade there. So amazing. All out. Still pressing XOM here, guys. Still pressing XOM. That was huge, guys. That was a monster trade on the Russell. We caught the lows. I am all out of both the 227s and 228 call zeros. Huge profits there. Monster. Still looking to press XOM here. I still think that that is a viable target to the upside, guys. We should still see more. GDX catching a bid, but epic surge. If you caught that with us. Now this is where we potentially could buy a pullback into the close and form this next inverse head and shoulders pattern, right? So we'll have to see what type of a pattern we form here on the IWM. Is this now going to form a deeper right shoulder that gives us the ability to buy a pullback? But wow, that was a crazy move, guys. That was epic. I sold an extra. My execution came in at 28 cents, not even 27 cents. That was filthy. So a nice 365% banger on IWM. That has more than made up my money from yesterday. Holy moly. Those are the trades we live for. Those are the trades we live for. Camden Evans, welcome. What do you think? Spy's a little bit trickier, right? But Spy's holding constructive price action right now. I would prefer to see the markets not move too much higher after today. Is that going to happen? I don't know. But I'm not chasing Spy here. I would have to let it back and fill a little bit more. But Spy's shaping up for a potential sweep or test of the highs again. That's where Spy is shaping up, but again, I'm not really interested in buying it yet. I might miss a trade, but it's looking like it might want to sweep the highs again. And please hit that like button, guys. That was an epic trade that we called out live here. IWM 227s, 228 calls. Those are monster gains. That was crazy. That's our biggest trade of the day, for sure. SPY's trying to still squeeze here. SPY is trying to squeeze here. IWM still sitting at that 228 level. Where SPY could go today is, yeah, it could try to sweep this high on a short squeeze, but it's extended for sure. I mean, your next little resistance is this wedge pattern. That's kind of what we're chopping and trading inside of. So, SPY wedge pattern gives you a move to about 645.20, give or take. But it's tough for me to chase it here because there's still some weakness in Microsoft and what you call it, Nvidia. Nvidia's certainly softened up a little bit. Google, Amazon ripping still. Netflix still strong. Eli Lilly healthcare stocks are still doing well. Thoughts on Qs? Hey, 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 May Ministry. So, what I don't like about the Qs, there's a couple things today. One, the Qs were leading the S&P 500, but now they've taken a bit of a back seat. They're very close, neck and neck, but small divergence. So that's one thing I don't like about the Qs. The other thing I don't like about the Qs right now is it's below this point of control, this 580.32 zone. It was trading above it, then it lost it, then it got back above it, but now it's lost it again with the lower high in place. I don't like that. I don't also like the fact that Microsoft is looking like a bear flag lowercase h pattern, a bit of a topping formation. That's looking pretty weak. As well as Nvidia. Actually, Nvidia's not looking too bad. Still holding near the highs of its opening range. So that's not too bad, actually. But I'm not really liking the Qs as much. I don't know. They've been doing some weird stuff with the Qs today. Apple's gone negative. And that's another thing. Apple was strong at one point, and now it's had a big dip, big bounce, and now it's getting some slight little rejection here. So that's a bit of concern. XOM still doing quite well. Let's look at the S&P 500. That's going through a bit of distribution here. IWM still trying to press a little bit. Let's update some of these closed trades. It has been a day and a half, I'm telling you that much. Crazy. S&P coming in a little bit. QQQ still getting slightly rejected. IWM still holding steady. Dixie coming in. Crude oil spiking again. New highs for crude. That could be a problem. I still suspect XOM is going to push here. Look at crude, guys. Crude is still pushing. That could be a little bit extended here, long in the tooth. I just don't want to get caught in a short squeeze, but it's definitely extended in nature. There's your pullback. If you're wanting to take IWM 227 0 DTEs, I have no problem with that. It's a high risk trade, just understand. S&P 500 still holding. How are those regional banks doing? Regionals are still holding. You're killing me. That's pretty funny. Not to laugh, but it's pretty funny. SPY-Q is still negative. IWM still down 1.38%. All right, guys, I took a Lotto IWM 227 0 DTE. Lotto IWM 227 0 DTE. Put. High risk, sized for loss. Just seeing if we can catch a bit of profit taking off of this region. Again, IWM can squeeze. It absolutely can squeeze. But doing a little bit of risky business here. Maybe we catch a bit of a late day profit taking. We'll certainly find out. XOM still pushing. Regional banks still strong. Biotech still acting okay. And again, I'm just playing with profits, guys, on these zeros. Ainsley asking what platform I trade on. My charts here, TradingView. Look at IWM starting to roll a little bit. Come on. Big sell, big sell. Come on down. Big sell. Still acting well. We caught that whole entire move on Russell for a 365% gain, about 190% on the 227s. Today has been an epic day for us here in the live trading room. From IWM puts, swinging them overnight, to the long, to XOM calls, to GDX puts, to BMNR this morning. Let's see if we can get a little bit of profit taking into the close on this Russell. Want to see a little bit of a decline. There's a chance that they still squeeze it into the close, but we'll see. Markets are holding up okay. QQQ still struggling at that opening range high. Russell's recaptured that opening range low. Let's see if they want to punish some breakout buyers here. It's a big volatility range in the Russell 2000 today. Big gap downs, big bounces. The moves are wild, wild and epic. Regional banks are at the highs of the session. Biotech is still trying to squeeze higher. XOM still trying to print to the upside here, guys. Go. Come on, roll us down a little bit. Roll us down a little bit. SPY getting a little heavier here into the close. Ethereum still down 4.3. Dixie's softened a little bit. Crude oil still trying to make a move. Regional banks are still phenomenally strong right now. IWM still trying to squeeze here into the close. Testing 228 again. Regional banks are squeezing. S&P and Qs aren't really participating. XOM going for another new high. SPY curling slightly down. Qs are curling slightly down. Regional banks are squeezing. This is what's keeping up the Russell right now. Look at that move on KRE. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive green candles on KRE, guys. Monster. What a squeeze. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is an epic move on regional banks. They are squeezing the heck out of it. There goes IWM going for another squeeze. Holy moly. Look at that move. That is filthy. That is absolutely filthy, guys. KRE is still making a move here. S&P 500 still squeezing. XOM calls, guys, are still printing. Look at the Russell squeezing to the upside here. Monster. Regional banks are still pumping. Look at the move in the Russell. Holy. That is filthy, guys. That is insane. Don't even want to look at what our other ones would be worth right now. This market is something else. XOM still squeezing. IWM still trying to squeeze. S&P coming in a little bit. Dixie still softening. Russell still squeezing. That was an epic move to the upside, guys. Epic move. S&P still coming in a little bit. XBI still squeezing, Dixie still curling down, QQQ still negative as the SPY is positive. Look at those upside targets on the Russell. Anyone still holding 228s? You're laughing. I took my profits into this surge and we even went higher. Filthy. XOM, guys. Look at XOM. Alright, guys, I'm trimming XOM calls. I'm trimming my XOM calls. Trimming half of them. Moving stops to break even. So I trimmed half of my XOM calls, guys. 107 calls deep in the money. Nice little trade there. Another profitable trade. Alright, let's see what SPY's doing here. You can see SPY still just holding steady. So SPY's still trying. Look at that move, guys. We loaded the calls right down here on IWM. What a reversal. That is a huge move to the upside. Almost a 1% rally back to the high side. Talk about a V-shaped bounce, guys. If you don't know what a V-shaped bounce looks like, that's one right there. That is an epic V-shaped bounce. Qs are still lagging here. Nvidia, Microsoft, still slightly green. Apple, negative. Tesla's your weak spot. Amazon's ripping today. Looking at the Qs were leading the market and really struggling underneath your point of control. Definitely a big zone. But a monstrous rally here into the close for small caps. All this is happening while the Qs are softening a little bit. 2-year yield still up 1.58%, but small caps are shrugging that off and trying to trend here. Look at how they're injecting liquidity into this regional bank market, guys. They're doing something to regionals. Like when you start seeing price action like this, they are just injecting stimulus. There is a backstop in this small cap market that is just flowing like you cannot believe. These types of candles in ETFs are not healthy. Something is going on in small cap land that is crazy. To think regional banks are trying to go green here, riding that 10-minute 7-day like a boss. It's pretty epic, that's for sure. Final 42 minutes here in the tape. IWM is looking to charge even higher here. Can you believe it? Still squeezing, hitting a major point of control zone. SPY's now trying to catch a bid. They're trying to squeeze the IWM green. Switch up the chart so I can see the volume trends here. Let's put KRE here. Look at that KRE chart. That is filthy. That is absolutely crazy. V-shaped bounce. SPY is just starting to participate. Candle breakout there. Qs are still lagging though. So NASDAQ not really participating as firmly, but trying here. Look at that breakout. You've had no consolidation here since you've had this V-shaped. Oof, my oh my. That is crazy. Qs are back to the green side. Look at the movement. They're squeezing it, guys. They are squeezing it. Damn. Should have left some runners on these IWMs. Those would have been up like almost probably 500%. But that's okay. Our money was made. Our money was made. What a squeeze. That was filthy, guys. That was friggin' filthy. Wow. But they're seriously doing something to these regional banks. I don't know what it is, but they're doing something. IWM still trying to push, but you have now the regional banks pushing for positive price action. Can't believe we even took at the bottom here, end of August, 230 IWM calls, and those are almost in the money. That's crazy. That is crazy. But again, I don't like seeing these huge moves. Although we caught it, it's not a healthy. Our market is not healthy when this happens. Our Qs are seeing a little bit of rejection off of that point of control volume zone. Still holding above its OR high. Minor selling coming into the IWM. Remember, the ranges have been big, so the downward ranges have been big. The bullish moves have been big, so if we get heavy selling, this could be a hard sell into the close. The ranges have been extremely large. So they're exaggerated on both ends of the spectrum, both to the upside, both to the downside. So if market makers are really mean and they sell this down, they'll punish a lot of late chasers here. I'm kind of hoping they do so because that sets up for more call options tomorrow. I really hope they don't keep squeezing this higher. Even though I'm long the IWM, 230 calls, I really hope that they allow us to trade this tomorrow on the long side, buy it a little bit cheaper. But there's regional banks, I don't know, something's happening with them. They're just, the way they've been acting lately is just mind-blowing. Like, look at that. 15-minute candle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Another day where there's 13, 15 consecutive candles in a row. No pullback on the regionals. Are you kidding me? That is just insane. That's absolutely insane. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. They are doing something for sure. Alright, SPY doing a little bit of a peekaboo breakout here, getting rejected. QQQ. Sell coming in. How hard do they want to make it? That is the question. Pretty hard, I guess, so far. If they take us down to like these lows down here, that would be filthy. Trapping all that bullish liquidity. Look at this dump coming in. It's a hard candle down, guys. Pretty heavy volume. I'd love to see them take it down to this previous consolidation, this little breakout, this little initial breakout neckline down here. That would be epic. A move all the way down to here. That would be pretty cool. That would be a lot of volume that gets trapped. There's enough time for it if they were to get nasty with us. But it would be pretty filthy if they did that. Ram saying 650 on SPY tomorrow or 630. Polls, please. Well, let's look at SPY. The easy answer is to say, yeah, SPY pushing to 647, and then I don't know if we're going to hit 650 tomorrow. It really matters what Trump and Putin say. So that would be another, I mean, we could. If there was a ceasefire, we would gap up to 650, no problem. No problem. I just don't know about that, though. I personally don't think there will be a ceasefire, but I'm not behind the lines there. I still think there's way too much money in the military-industrial complex to call for a ceasefire there. You've had the U.S. allowing to test a lot of their defense and weapons. Come on, drop us down, IWM. Get heavy. Trap the late chasers. All right, so really big bounce in the Russell 2000. We'll see if it wants to hold this area. Heavy volume reversal getting gobbled up with full force. So Qs and SPY are looking a little bit heavier here. You can see QQQ still getting reject off that point of control, still hanging on to its opening range high. S&P 500 curling down slightly, a little bit of a failed breakout attempt. IWM still holding the majority of its V-shaped bounce. That's due to regional banks. Dixie's curling down. Crude oil still up 2%. All indices are negative. SPY's almost flat. For some reason my mic is off. Oh, there we go. Working now. Please hit that like button, guys. We have executed flawlessly today. So please hit that like button. SPY pushing here into the close, 645. Dixie curling down. S&P back to the green side. Qs are lagging slightly. IWM down 1.28%, but monstrous bounce. So that was our biggest trade of the session. IWM 228 0 DTEs that we called out. We basically nailed the bottom here around that 12 o'clock, 12:15. I think I bought at 12.14 exactly. Let me just look at my... Yeah, I bought the IWM calls at 12.29 and 12.30. Right on this candle. And it was just a one-way freight train. Called out here. We also nailed BMNR. Swung those puts overnight. Those printed over 200%. Good call on XOM. Good job on GDX. Still swinging some more GDX overnight. GDX is going through a little bit of bearish sentiment, but the position has been trimmed. 57.50 puts. And then we'll see about Cisco. Cisco, I'm still swinging overnight, guys, to the downside. Put options. That one, I think, will likely retest its earnings low, but it's been an extraordinary bounce. Went briefly positive, then back to the negative side. I think you're just roping in a little bit more liquidity before they start selling into that bad boy. But it's been an epic session today, guys. Really, really strong session for us. Both on the QQQ puts that we took off the open, swung those overnight. We swung out IWM puts overnight, caught this whole down move. We've been short, we've been long, and everything else in between. And granted, the last 2 days in the live trading room have been difficult for me especially. I got my ass handed to me on those IWM shorts over the last 2 days. But all is good today. We will be sleeping like a baby. 4 o'clock hits, there's some earnings, but I'm going to do my workout, have some dinner, and I'll be sleeping like a baby tonight. And guess what? Tomorrow's Friday, 0 DTE day. We get to do it all again. Tomorrow there's going to be action-packed session as well. Trump and Putin. Does anybody know what time Trump and Putin is meeting? I tried finding it, but I can't. Does anyone know what time Trump and Putin are meeting tomorrow? Because I can't find anything. So the talk of the town today is your producer price index coming in hot. Tomorrow at 8:30 we do have core retail sales. I'm expecting core retail sales probably to also come in hot considering the PPI came in hot. Usually those two kind of coincide. We have some manufacturing data out of New York. We have retail sales at 8:30, so there's quite a bit of data at 8:30, both in the States and Canada. Then at 9:15 you have some industrial production data. Michigan 1-year inflation expectations, the 5-year inflation expectations. We got retail auto inventories, Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of data tomorrow. Atlanta Fed GDP at 1 o'clock. We got some Baker Hughes rig counts, your CFTC net positioning. Of course, that's at 3:30 as usual. But I want to really know what time Trump and Putin are set to meet, because depending on what we're doing into that meeting time frame, there could be a trade setup. You know, if we're pumping into the meeting, it could be a short, but if we're dumping into the meeting, it could be a long. So if anyone can try to find out what time they're meeting tomorrow, please put it in the chat. It would help us all be just aware of potential tape bombs. And there's likely going to be tape bombs tomorrow. Poor Tesla, eh? Tesla just cannot get going. It's just one that every time it tries to break out, it just gets sold into. It's just such a manipulative stock. Look at this. I mean, technically, this is the buy zone for Tesla. Backtesting your 7-day, your breakout trend line on your wedge pattern. But I don't know, if this is a failed breakout, that's going to be troublesome for Tesla. I just don't know. Look at Rigetti. Rigetti's squeezing to the upside. How's QBTS doing? Not too bad. ASTS, that's come under a bit of pressure. How's Rocket Labs doing? RKLB. RKLB got sold into quite hard. Joby still just distributing. Archer, our 1050 calls briefly went in the money and now got rejected, but I'm all out of those. HIMS is seeing a nice little potential bottoming tail today. Any sort of a retest of that area could be bought. Look at CoreWeave, sweeping those lows even more. This is what I'm talking about on CoreWeave. Minor bounce, and now we're seeing oh, Peter, thank you. 11:30 a.m. local time in Anchorage, Alaska. So Friday, August 15th, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Much appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, look at CoreWeave just getting knifed. Knifed. That's crazy. And crude oil, obviously that could be a mover tomorrow. But crude oil has triggered that inverse head and shoulders. It looks like it has more upside, guys, in the tank. Strong bounce on Lilly today. LLY. Phenomenal bounce. VRTX. Let's take a peek at that. Yeah, VRTX also holding steady. How's Oscar doing? Any final tickers you guys want me to look at? 15 minutes left. I don't think I'm taking any trades. The only way I would take a trade on a short side is if we pumped up and swept this high on the IWM. Maybe I'd consider. Oscar's a little bit weak, but if you have any tickers, last 15 minutes, I don't mind taking a peek at some of them. Final 15 minutes in the tape. Natural gas today, HIMS and app. Yeah, I'll take a look at HIMS, IE. Let's look at HIMS again. So HIMS I just quickly touched base on. It's now entering a bit of a long level. You swept some critical impulse lows. I would have liked to see it sweep this low, so there's still a chance. But now that you have a bottoming tail on the chart, and let's just close these session levels. Okay, so we'll clean that chart up a little bit, but let's just make it a little bit bigger. So now that you have a daily chart bottoming tail, this stock on a retrace can be bought on the long side. And you have a pretty defined stop loss. You can use a daily close below this wick. But a daily bottoming tail, now you can buy it on any sort of a retrace. Okay? So HIMS is certainly ready for a bit of a long potential. The only concern is that if we get a 3-bar weekly down candle, that's the only concern. But right now, there is a pretty defined risk. Retrace of this bottoming tail, you keep a tight stop loss on a daily close below this wick, and that's your defined risk. So, you know, if you got a 50% retrace of this bottoming tail and you bought, say, at 46 bucks, at least you know your risk could be around, you know, call it 3 to 5%. on a stop loss. So I have no problems if you're wanting to trade HIMS on a retrace. That does look good. For tomorrow especially, I mean, I wouldn't chase it here. You could get a little bit more of a gap down and then a red to green reversal. So if HIMS gap down tomorrow, that would be a little bit of a buy signal. You can try to trade into this gap fill. Let's look at Apple. Sorry, I thought you were looking at AppLovin. But yeah, Apple right now, still a healthy trend. This is a positive day for Apple. Why? Because you're just consolidating right on your point of control. Not a bad level for Apple. You just want to see this go sideways for a few sessions. I still have an upside target of about 255 for Apple. So Apple's looking very constructive. A little extended on the daily RSI, but it doesn't mean it can't keep pushing higher. If Apple were to dip, guys, into the 7-day or even into this gap fill, it is a flat out buy. Any sort of a dip lower into this gap is a buy on Apple. The chart is looking very good. Very, very good. It has much more upside left in the tank. Okay. But you're sitting right on that point of control. The longer you build a base on that POC, the better and the bigger the move will likely be. Let's look at AppLovin. I haven't looked at that in a while. That one's taking a bit of a breather. Let's look at TTD because that had a huge down move. Still at the lows of the session. Now this gets interesting. This one for a dead cat bounce tomorrow, even if your swing calls overnight, it could work out. It's risky, but a bit of a dead cat bounce on TTD could occur tomorrow. Keep this one on watch, guys. This one's on watch for a swing trade and a day trade tomorrow. That's looking pretty good, TTD. Peter's wanting to look at Wolf. So yeah, Wolf had news today regarding Google kind of backstopping their business in the sense, I can't remember how much money they're giving, but Google's essentially backstopping their business and becoming a potential partner with them. Google's trying to get exposure to obviously the crypto industry. So Wolf has had a nice move to the upside today. I personally can't chase it. The momentum, the sheer momentum in this name, is it going to probably go higher? Is it going to pierce these highs? Probably. But I can't chase it. I mean, I'm a little late to the party. I really, really can't chase this on the long side without any sort of consolidation. But I do think that you're going to sweep these previous pivot highs. So it looks interesting. All right, guys, high risk trade here. I'm going to look for a 229 0DT put option on the Russell. 229 put on the Russell. A sweep of this high. A sweep of that high pivot. I'm going in for a 0DTE, a late play on the Russell. Sweep of that high, I'm looking at a 229 0DTE. Let's look at Oracle for IE. Yeah, Oracle's backing and filling. Still holding a technical uptrend. We have not officially taken out this low and given us a lower low. So it's still holding an uptrend, but it's getting very close to giving us a potential little bearish cross of the 7 and 20 moving average. Today it had an attempt at getting back above the 20 and got slammed down and rejected. All right, I'm going to buy 2 contracts, guys. 229 puts if we pierce this high. 2 contracts on IWM zeros. 229 0DT puts. 2 contracts. Doing a little bit of a risky business trade here in the event that we sweep the high. Even the symmetrical move should be a resistance. Here we go. We're getting close. Again, don't go anything with size. This is a very risky trade, considering things, considering the time. Some filled IWM 229 put. IWM 229 put, 0DTE filled. This is high risk trade. $100. 2 contracts. I do not recommend it, but we're trying for it. Not a lot of time in the session. High risk trade, guys. 229.0 DTE. IWM. Spread is wide. I'm in at 50 cents. Again, this is not for the faint of heart. This is a risky trade. IWM is in full squeeze mode right now. Looks like they're trying to punch it to 229 almost. Come on, little bit of profit taking. Little bit of profit taking. Look at these regional banks going for a high pivot sweep as well. SPY's not really squeezing as much as the Russell is. Come on, give us a little pullback. Little pullback. I'm not asking for much. The symmetrical move has been hit. What does that mean? This low to this high is exactly this low to this high. And you can see we're still trying to squeeze through that. Come on, Russell. Drop it back down. Any sort of a dip, guys, we're going to have to do a quick cover, especially if we dip into this point of control. It'll be a quick sell. Spread is blowing out here again. That's telling me that we could see a hard down move. MOC, let's see what's going to happen here. Are we going to get some big volatility? There it goes. Wow, the spread is blowing out here. Come on, give us more downside. Give us more downside. S&P still holding steady. They're trying to gobble it right back up. That spread is huge. It's telling us that we could go lower here on the Russell, guys. They could try to take us lower. Wide spread. Wide spread. They're blowing it out. They want people to chase the puts, but at a high premium. Come on down. S&P catching a bit as the Russell's falling here. Look at XOM, guys. XOM runners are just flying here. Look at that. Gap was filled on XOM. Huge trade, guys. I'm going to hold runners overnight tomorrow in the event that we get a continuation move in crude. The fact that Putin is set to speak, that's heavily influential in the energy market. Come on, IWM. One more little dip. One more little dip into POC. There it is, guys. Come on. Contracts are starting to wake up here. Come on, a little bit more. We are green. We are green on the contracts. Look at them melting, guys. That's another little trade. All right, guys, I'm all out. I'm all out of my IWM puts. All out. Beautiful. A retest of that POC. That's it. That was a quick 0 DT play. 2-minute trade. All out. Another little win there. Beautiful. I'll take that. I will take that. Could you go lower? Sure you could, but that was the sweep high and back test. Look at Cisco here, falling into the close for Cisco. Get heavy, Cisco. Get heavy. Get heavy. Alright, XOM still trying to trend here, guys. SPY still holding steady. SPY and Q are positive. IWM is not positive. Ram says he's holding 645 puts on SPY and you're green. Nice. Nicely done. SPY's trying to finish strong here though. Trying to pump it up here into the close. Be very careful with those. Alright guys, I appreciate everyone tuning in here. It's been a wonderful session. Again, had you listened to really any of our calls, you would have made money today. So I appreciate the support tuning in yet again. Tomorrow is 0DTE Friday. So expect lots more shenanigans, lots more manipulation, lots more volatility. You also have two world leaders, Trump and Putin, set to take place. Look at that nice little dip, Ram. Look at that dip on your SPY puts. Look at the dip in the IWM. Contracts exploded there on the put side. But nevertheless, I appreciate everyone tuning in, and great job if you made money with us today. It's been a killer day. It's been a massive day. When you get 365% and 230%, it's hard to beat that. But monster decline there into the close. I should have held my puts, but nevertheless, that is the trading session, guys. We are closed. S&P closes positive. QQQ slightly negative. IWM down 1.3%. Tesla down 1.12%. Apple negative. Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, Meta green. Amazon up sharply 2.82%. Please give this video a final like down below if you haven't already, and we will see you for tomorrow's trading action, guys. Cheers, everybody.